Punch him down! Go, let's go! Oh, thought I was gonna miss that. In. Boom! Boom! Oh, shouldn't have gone in! Shouldn't have gone in! No, 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 no! I'm insane, bro! Back up, back up! What the hell? Go, go, baby! Get out of here! Not today! You ain't taking my... Whoa! Oh! What did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby! Bow, bow! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out psh, 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 all the time.
Are
All
you
the
ready
time.
to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
Now get out
problem.
of my way.
I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! 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 Now that was me carrying the damn squad, baby! Let's go! Woo! Woo! I'm the best! Oh! I'm the best! 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 Bang! 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 Punch! Punch them! Boom! 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 I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! 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 I pull those clutches out psh, 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 all the time.
Are
All
you
the
ready
time.
to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
Now get out
problem.
of my way.
Hello, hello, hello. I think we're up and live and running on YouTube and on Twitch. Let me double check right quick. Yeah, it looks like YouTube's at least running. Let's check the Twitch here. Let's check the chat, make sure everything's running smoothly. Doesn't even look like the Botrix has attempted to connect yet. It's always connected to the Twitch. Ooh, level 2. Nice. Leveled up on that one. There it goes. There it is. There it is. I stole top spot from somebody. That's unfortunate, but it'll get filled in. All right. Tonight, we're jumping into some Dune Awakening, and we are going to just do some deep desert farming. We need to get some titanium. I need to head back to the Haga Basin for a second to, Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. You guys see here on the right-hand side what we got going on? We got something going on here on the right-hand side. Do you see this right here? What in the hell time is 8 UTC? That's soon, isn't it? That's not good. 8... And it's just a downtime of 1 hour. That's no big deal. We can fill that downtime by maybe jumping into Once Human for an hour. So that's not a big deal at all. Boom. Let's jump on in. All of the YouTube subs coming in from since the last time we went live. Welcome. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't do a microphone check, bro. Everybody bear with me for 1 minute here. I gotta make sure the microphone doesn't have that whole static problem that we get every so often. This should be good enough of a test. Seemed fine to me. Let me know. Let me know, let me know. All right, so check this out, man. I didn't do it. I didn't. For once, I didn't play after I got off of the stream last night. Like I genuinely just went to sleep, bro. This ornithopter is like so beat to crap right now. It makes me so sad. We're currently. We got like 5 hours until the downtime. Shit, we got time. We got time. I'm just trying to think. Maybe we go fly out and see if that base we were trying to raid last night in F7 is still there. If it is, maybe we hang out with this ornithopter and do a bit more scouting, but I want to move. I want to do like a midweek move back to the Haga Basin here, where we're going to move this spice and we're going to move this plastanium, and I want to go and craft. I have tier 6 wings at the base. I want to craft a tier 6 engine. And we also have stuff like these tier 6 boosts that I want to craft as well. Let's fly. Let me know if that game audio is too loud. It might be kicking in just a bit too loud. Let's turn it down just a little bit. We kind of relaxing tonight. We ain't so loud. Let's turn that down a bit. All right. Let's fly. You know, maybe flying at high altitude is actually the best way to spot bases because of the way the pop-in works. You know, if you see the land and you can kind of see the land from a distance and then all of a sudden you see the pop in, you might be able to just like catch that with the corner of your eye rather than scouring each landmass like from. But you'll see over here, if this base is still alive, which I doubt it is, but it's like super tucked in the corner. If I was just flying above, it's very possible that I would just end up missing it. I mean, realistically, if we can boost up to 200 in a tier 6 ornithopter with rockets, what does that glide at? Like 180? And we can boost up to 200 with this tier 5? We should be able to escape them even realistically with just this ornithopter right here. As expected, it's gone. Well, oh my gosh, see like right there? If I was flying way above and somebody had like a little 2x1 in here, I would literally never see it. Well, let's see if anybody else has decided to base up anywhere while we were gone, huh? Let's give some of these islands a quick check here. I want to time it out so we don't leave the deep desert until after a storm hits, whether we find a base or not, you know what I mean? So that way we can go hurry up in the Hog Basin and make it back here before another storm hits, but in the best case scenario, we'd be scouting out like 2 bases here. It's not gonna happen. Let's see what's going on with the Landsrad. Bro, these guys are cooked, dude. Deep Desert Police is back, though. They quit with the Deep Desert when it got extended. They quit, bro. They must have had like a big falling out. Man, I do not know what's going on with my throat. Looks like the Deep Desert Police Department is back, but I don't really see any way they could end up pulling a crazy win unless they got like this line right here. It's just about cooked. Atreides came back with the Force this week. Good. Good, because they don't want me to have to start swinging my weight around. If they make me start putting contribution in towards the Landsrad, we're definitely going to lose. You want to raid Onion Gang? Being trolls in G4. You on the same server as me, Ghost? Ghost riding the same server we on, huh? You in the Do Gap? You flying around the Gap? Because I was actually getting ready to bring up, like, maybe eventually someday we end up having to, like, swap servers here. Yeah. Hopefully when they come out with the server swapping system, we can like work out a strategy. Because my deep desert is seemingly dead, bro. It really is. Even when it wasn't dead and we had the deep desert police department riding around blowing everybody up, that's all they were doing. Like, that's all the PvP was. There's no guilds out here trying to base up, but with the expansion of the safe zone, I don't expect that happening too much anyways. But surprisingly, G4 is a bit of a tile I haven't even really searched. Maybe just skimmed that island, so we're gonna roll over there. No, Ghost. That's just disgusting. Chris, how you doing? I've been alright. We've been alright. We just got on. Something's going on with my throat, but I think we just about cleared it. We just about cleared it. But we just got on. We're going to go do a quick scouting of the deep desert here, see if we can't find a raid. If we can't find a raid, we're probably going to realistically mine up like an inventory too of titanium, because I do need to... I've got a bunch of water stored up in the deep desert and also a bunch of stravidium fiber, so if I could roll some titanium back there, we could really start cooking with that. And then I need to go back to the Haga Basin for a second and put some tier 6 wings together on one of these ornithopters here. And the engine and the booster. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm hoping that they come out with the server swap system sooner rather than later. Because it would be nice to be able to server swap. Schwip swap. I don't want to start up a new character on another server to grind out all the way to the ornithopter just to do some raiding. It's too long of a grind. But with how much fun we've been having in raiding, we might eventually end up picking up Rust and giving Rust another go. Do some like Rust from the perspectives of a novice. See if we can't pull off some big raids going deep. Pull off some nasty plays. Rust is a bit grindy as well to get to the boom booms to go deep, and most of the raids there end up being offline anyways, but we could still end up getting into some of the nasty PvP like we got into last night where we took that guy down. Oh, Onion Gang has been. I'm so sorry, Ghost. I misread what you said, man. I thought I thought you were saying that you were aimbotting it. And I was like, "What is wrong with you, Ghost?" No. Onion Game's been camping the research. That sucks, dude. Hackers are always going to be a problem in these games, and yeah, it's got to be irritating. What's funny is the only one that I've seemingly run into was one time when an ornithopter was just keeping up with me at an unrealistic pace. You know, he was like constantly right on my tail, even with his rockets. Yeah, I completely misread what you said there. Yeah, the black market las gun, we got so lucky one time. I'm telling you, it was the craziest thing. I wish I was recording it. I might have been recording it. I wish I was live to give a live reaction. I was very confused. I walked into this testing station and I walked in and there was no enemies. And then I walked in the first room and there was no enemies, and the second door was open. So I walked through that, and then I'm like looking for people at that point. I'm like looking through the windows in that hallway. Then I walk down the hallway, and I don't know where the end is, so I double all the way back, and then I start to panic because I'm like, if the enemies start to respawn, I'm gonna have to kill all these waves. I don't want to do that. So I just started booking it towards the end of the dungeon, or what I thought was the end of the dungeon, and eventually we made it into the room. First off, you go to the right, and there's that room with 2 people in. I found that, and I was like, this isn't the unique chest, so I circled back and found the unique chest and pulled out 2 of the las guns from it and was like, I don't even know what's going on, bro. I didn't have to do anything inside of the dungeon, and just straight up bailed. We gotta watch out over here, bro, because Deep Desert Police Department be heavy on this side, and these guys are ruthless, bro. We'll straight up end up losing this whole ornithopter here. If I had to bet, these are the guys with the cheaters on their team. They're a bit of a zerg, though, so you start playing with, like, numbers like that, you're eventually going to run into some bad apples on the team, which is just unfortunate. An unfortunate reality. Hobo Star, good evening. I'm so sorry. I missed that. I'm so sorry. I hate how the Botrix here combines all of the color names and makes them practically the same. Also, my TV was like hella cocked off to the left. Hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. Well, 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 well. This might be one of our first nights where we don't end up finding anybody, but this is typically how it goes. I'm always like, we're not gonna find anybody, and then lo and behold, boom, somebody pops up. We just need the boom. I think some things that they could do to help facilitate teams building out here, like big guilds trying to base up, like last night we were talking about, I forget who came up with the idea, but they were saying possibly having the production facilities, if you're built inside of the PvP zone of the deep desert, the production facilities output a little bit more of the resource than they typically would. And they could also add in like some updates of like turrets or something like that that you could place down as some sort of base defense, which would at least stop or hinder solo raiders from going in and taking out your base. Because right now it's very easy to solo raid, but if there was like a turret that they could lay down, that would add a layer of complexity that I would have to deal with. We're on Dew Gap, Chris. No, I don't mind. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Shit, it's 2 of them. Don't just shove your nose into them, man. Relax. That looks like Deep Desert Police Department. It's 2 of them, though. I don't want to do a 2v1. The 2v1 melee is so irritating, bro. You get one staggered, you go to hit him with a heavy, and then you get clapped. I gotta watch my back. These guys roll out in numbers if this is Deep Desert Police Department. Pretty sure this is the guild. They were farming spice. Like, I'm sticking my nose deeper than I should again. They were farming spice with a sand compactor, and I was just flying around watching them, and then all of a sudden 4 of them peeled off from out of nowhere. 4 ornithopters with rockets swooped down on me, and they just kiboshed it. They were like, get him out of here. And I got. I always keep saying there's not going to be somebody who builds and eat. Oh, this has got to be safe zone. Damn it. Just makes me sick. Actually, I don't mind, but it has kind of killed rating. It's kind of killed it. Let's go check the spice fields down in the middle. Did they move that thing? Because I swear it hasn't spawned in a couple days on this server. It got yeeted and pushed all the way up to this top left, and I'm not sure if there was like a big drama that happened, if people were mad that it was so close to the safe zone or what. I have not been paying attention to what's going on in the community. They got a downtime going down tonight as well for an hour. I do not know what's going on. My throat. Oh. We might have some PvP. Swoop. Oh, it's two of them. It's two of them. Did he just blow that guy up? What are they doing? Are they farming together? What's happening here? Oh shit, I didn't even notice my turbo was on. What is happening here? That is two ornithopters, correct? I'm having a hard time seeing. Oh, he just swooped down. I think that's a broken ornithopter, maybe? I think I did that last night. Did he see me? Can't tell if he's got rockets. That's realistically what we need to know. Does he see me? I think he does. He'd be pretty blind if he doesn't see me. Where'd he go? Where the hell did he go? I should be flying right at him. You know what's something you kind of got to watch out for nowadays, too? Is people have gotten just about up to the point where they can whip out the rocket launcher and fly up and try and take you out that way. That'd be a bit unpredictable. He disappeared, bro. Like, almost like he jumped out of his ornithopter and put it in his pocket. I didn't see where he did it, though. This has got to be safe zone, right? Because that's safe zone. There's just too much. There's just too much sand. That's something else that would maybe, like, convince people to try and build out here a little bit more often, is if they just set down some more sand. Or no, set down some more land. Sorry, there's enough sand out here. We've had enough. Enough of the sand. There should be a big old sand pit down over here somewhere, but I'm pretty sure they shut it down. Oh, nope, it's going to be like right there, I think. I'm not sure. Somewhere around there. There it is. Still shut down. Nope, 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 that way. Always gotta turn around and check the backside. You never know when some cheeky son of a gun's gonna be locked in right there. Were we just over here? Alright, I do have my storage on me, so let's do this. I need to go clear my throat here in a minute. I don't know what the hell's going on. But let's go ahead and swoop up this way. Don't look at me like that. What are you looking at? You think you can keep up with this, bud? Not in a million years. They call me the fastest ornithopter here in the Wild Wild West, pal. So I would just move on if I was you, buddy. You should have seen the sword fight we got into yesterday. It was a piece of art. Don't wave at me. I'm not waving at you. He was going to say it's a peace wave. I'm calling it a fight wave. I'm calling it a fight wave. He wants some. Showtime. You're going down, pal. This was the biggest mistake of your life, buddy. Huge, pal. Nope. You're in the deep desert, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Now, this is real. Oh, shit. 2v1, 2v1, 2v1. Come on, get out, bud. You better come get your boy's ship, pal, because I'm looting it. Ooh, my heart is pumping. Come on, buddy. I don't know why you thought we were peaceful, bro. Never believe somebody's wave. I'm not waving. I'm just keeping my balance in the air, pal. I don't even know if this thing is breaking. I think it is. Oh my god, it's breaking so slow. You had all day, buddy. You sick son of a bitch! You chicken shit! Alright, alright. You're lucky. You're lucky, pal. Yeah, you better fly your ass on back to the safe zone. Makes me want some rockets, but if I had rockets, I wouldn't be able to keep up with them, which is why they have no idea what they're doing with the balance. Let's go mine some titanium. That wasn't as fun as the fight from yesterday. The fight from yesterday was way more fun. The guy was blasting us with rockets. I thought for sure we were gonna die. This guy thought for some reason we were gonna, like, slap butts or something, bro. You don't slap butts in the deep desert. You exchange blades. Boom. Get some of this cooking up. Take all the extra ore as we can. Huge. My goodness gracious, the line there. Some hacker showed up on your server. It's unplayable now. They grief everyone. 70 hours of work for nothing. What do you mean? How are they griefing you? 70 hours of work in the deep desert like you built in the PvP zone, or did they grief your PvE base? Because if we have hackers griefing PvE bases, bro, I mean, yeah, this game will get cooked. But, I mean, if the hackers broke into your base on the PvP zone, like, damn. Damn, you put in 70 hours of 1 week on the deep desert already and it got cooked? Like, damn, that sucks, but damn. Dude, no way. Is it in the deep desert where you lost your shit, or was it, Dude, I fucking knew. What did I say? I said this last week, bro, oh my god. I said this last week, you guys, oh, is that Storm? It is. Cool. Alright. That Storm is not hitting anywhere, and we don't even have a base to raid, but that's a good notification for me, because like I said, I wanted to wait out until we get a Storm before we bail on the deep desert to go build out the tier 6 Ornithopter we're looking to build. It was in the Vermilion City place. The hacking along with duping definitely killed it as well. That for sure was no help. Vermilion City. So you were actually in the Haga Basin where it happened, huh? No way, dude. This game's cooked. Everybody better start banking their stuff inside of the deposit, inside of the... No, I mean, like, it'll probably do what Palworld did and just sweep that shit under the rug as much as they can. Or just blatantly ignore it, just flat out just say, hey, we're working on the hacking problem, but never really truly state that the hacking problem is the fact that these people have, like, developer-level access to the game, which happened on Palworld. They were able to do basically anything they wanted. And last week, when hackers were stealing people's ornithopters from the deep desert, I said they're jacking around with permissions when they do that, and it's only a matter of time before that transfers over to sub-fiefs. I don't think I said sub-fiefs specifically, but I said that transfers over into them being able to access your chests and raid your bases. That's crazy, man. We're actually getting ready to head back to the Haga Basin, so I'm curious if we're gonna roll into that same thing, because we've been in the deep desert for a few days now. So this is something that could have entirely spread to like multiple servers, because that's what happened in Palworld, bro. These hackers figured out once a small set of hackers figured out, or cheaters is what we should call them. They're cheaters. Once a small set of cheaters figured out that they could essentially grief players' bases and items and stuff like that, more of the cheaters started doing it, and then more, and then more, and then more, and then it snowballed into a problem where it was like every server was run by cheaters. You as a content creator can easily fill I don't have a Discord, first off, but there's zero chance I could fill there's zero chance. That's don't make my head that big, man. Come on. Realistically, there's zero. I think this Dune Awakening success that we've had is, I don't want to say a one-off, but it's definitely been, a first. Let's go ahead and say that. There was a lot of like planning and effort that went into talking about the live streams with the videos before and whatever, yada yada yada, leading up to this all, and then it's kind of just really snowballed from there. But I could not fill a server, and honestly, that's about the only way that you could play hacker free at this point in time. But then when you jump into the deep desert, I guarantee that because the private servers are connected to deep desert, where other private servers are connected to that deep desert. So I bet you anything you end up with cheaters at that point. And especially imagine if you think like imagine what the private servers duping problem was like. That probably broke the economy in so many ways. Not to mention that everybody probably be running around in tier 6s right now, for real. You know, I'm just not less sold on like the Discord's growing a community, but maybe that's just me being old. Yeah, that's just me being an old man. I was in the process of I cover a lot of games is the problem. I even was talking to somebody in my comments that was talking about the Dune videos and then complaining about the Once Human videos, and I was like, look, man, I play so many different games and cover so many different games on this channel. And eventually, like, if you're looking for a Dune-only content creator, you're just in the wrong spot, because eventually it will be something else. I mean, like, eventually, even soon, because we got... And we obviously always bounce back. That's the thing, also. We always just be bouncing around. Oh, yeah, here's what we're doing. We're going to the Haga Basin. Forgot what we were doing here. But we got a bunch of games coming up. A bunch of games coming up. Let's take this, because I want to go see if this is selling on the market and what it's selling for. I'll be right back. That's a good question, Two Dice. It wasn't me. It was leased, so I don't know. Popping. Oh, Two Dice. What I literally just said this a minute ago. That happened in Pal World, bro. It started off small and it literally snowballed so fast. You better, anybody who's watching this right now, genuinely, you might want to start banking your shit inside of the one of the towns. Like dead ass, I'm going to. I'm gonna go check out the town banking system right now, actually, because no joke that this is going to snowball into every single server. I promise. I promise. Once something like this starts to spread, just so many people jump on. Trouble ahead, trouble ahead. From trouble to trouble is going to just kick this into a PvE game faster and faster. I don't even know how much you can bank in that. Oh, that noise kind of freaked me out. I don't even know how much you can bank inside of that thing. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. If it has like a volume to it, like everything else, like I don't know, man. We're about to find out. I don't know why I keep checking the chests. I haven't taken any of the spice or the plastanium out of the things. Not meant to go to the inventory, you goofball. Just don't know exactly what I'm gonna need. Do you guys hear that? Is that coming through the mic? Ooh, we could add to this one. I don't really want to. I'm looking for the one. Is there any with the... I'm looking for one where it's delivered the land maps or whatever the hell those things are. Doesn't look like if there is one that it's unlocked yet. Alright, well, I suppose now is the moment of truth. Actually, you know what we're going to do first? We're going to head out to Awoken. We're going to hit up the auction house and see if this tier 6 thing is selling for and what it is selling for. And then we're going to pay our taxes. I think we have taxes. Have they said any about... When did this happen, Least? Are you still here? When did this happen? Like, just today? I'm assuming you weren't there when it happened. You just wake up and literally... What? Your base was empty? You were there, you just had no access to any of the chests? Makes me wonder if they would ever do a rollback. I don't picture them ever doing like a big server reset, but a big rollback could actually be in order, especially because it's a player-driven economy. Like, honestly, I don't know. I might have been a bit upset if they did a rollback because of the duping. I had a lot of like genuine progress that got wasted because of some nefarious actors. But in the same sense, that does a lot of damage to the server. I forget who it was, said they had 50,000 melange on the auction house for 1,000 apiece inside of their auction house. That's bad. After we hit up the auction house, though, we're going to go to the storage place and see if there's a volume to it, see if they'll take all of the ingots. Duping ruined the economy. The devs in the Discord said no rollbacks. Hackers rampant. New hacks released every day. People can steal your vehicles with carriers now, even without authority. Chris, Least up here is saying that he got his base stolen. Chris, his base in the Haga Basin. His PvE base got yoinked by some cheaters. They stole the permission to his sub-fief. I could see why they would take a stance on no rollbacks, but in the same sense, it's like, rollbacks are pretty... What's this guy doing? That is only the second time that I've ever seen one of those in the wild. Right after you said they could steal your vehicle with carriers. I'm like, get way up above this guy, bro. Oh, so they're already running around killing people in the PvE zones. I literally talked about this last week when we were talking about Pow World and what happened with their online servers, and it was exactly that, bro. It happened a lot faster, but as soon as it happened, it literally steamrolled so quickly, and then it got to the point where you couldn't even play 10 minutes on an online server before you had some cheater flying around on a jet wagon at a ridiculous speed shooting you and with rockets until you died. And literally the same thing will happen here. What's crazy is how these people end up getting like backdoor access to like developer level authority on things, you know what I'm saying? Because we were even talking last night how many checks and double checks the game goes through to make sure that there's no way I can go in and break somebody's base somehow to get their stuff. It just will disappear, or, you know, there's like, unless I can take permission on their subfief, which I said as soon as we were talking about how the hackers were stealing ornithopters, I said it's only a matter of time. And here we are not even a week later, bro. That's crazy. Not even a week later. Alright, let's go see if this schematic is worth anything on the auction house. It's probably not, because like Ghost was saying, that there's people camping. If they're not aimbotting and camping the loot chest, they're sitting there all day, 24 hours a day, and log out camping the loot chest. Oh, you're right. It's 100% the devs' fault, that is for sure. It's always going to be a cat and mouse game that they have to play, but like you're saying, the devs, and it's not just Dune Awakening, it's most games. Most games, devs, and they don't play that cat and mouse game as hard as they should, you know what I mean? They play like the fat, lazy cat rather than the actual mousing cat. Honestly, like, I'm super, like, if you want to talk about how I feel about it, I'm super extreme. So I am extreme when it comes to what I think uh, the punishment for cheating should be, you know what I'm saying? And I think it should be something where the government gets involved, because I think that'll be the easiest way to just nip this shit in the butt and make it genuinely illegal of sorts. In order for me to do that, things have to go things have to go a little bit more a little bit too dictatorish for me, though, because you'd have to do like an online ID system, which I don't think I'm down for. But that's kind of my stance, is that the cheaters should somehow, not only just the cheat developers, bro, the people who are cheating should be held accountable and thrown in jail, and then put on a cheater pumpkin eater registry where everybody in the public can look up where they live and then spit on their sidewalk as they walk past their house and say, "You dirty cheater, you stink," something like that, you know what I mean? Publicly name and shame them somehow after like 7 years in prison. But like I said, like I said, extreme, yes. Effective, yes. Where do you buy the Atreides vehicle skin? Is it you? Excuse me, ma'am.
Welcome back.
I need these. What do I need these for? I don't remember. It's not even on here? They need a search function so bad. I don't even know what it's called, to be honest. Yeah, black market, I thought. It's literally not even on here. Is this one of the weekly ones? Oh, dude, tell me this is one of the weekly ones. I wish I could look at it. I think it is. That looked like a nasty sniper. Oh, look. No items found. So I could technically go in. Oh. Chances of something forking out 1,000,000 Solari, like for real. Probably none. I got nothing in the bank, pal.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw? How much Solaris would you like to withdraw?
No, no, no. Get away from me. Oh, we took it all. Damn it. Hold on. Surely we have something we can sell. Advanced machinery for 3,500 apiece, for real? Oh my gosh, I gotta put it in the bank, you stupid son of a bitch. Alright, let's see how the banking system works.
How much Solaris would you like to Welcome. Would you like to deposit or...
I can't even deposit from... I have to deposit... I thought you could deposit from your ornithopter. Dude, you seriously? And what's the volume, a max? A volume of 1,500 and items of 30. I don't even know what items would be worth storing the most. Nope. $5,000 a piece, huh? Why can't I move it to my inventory? That's so irritating because you can only carry like a tiny, tiny little bit of plastinium, and that's realistically what you would want to store in there, I would assume. Some plastinium and melange. At least with plastinium and melange, you could like, if everything that you had got wiped, but you had, say, like 1,000 plastinium and 1,000 melange in the bank, you could realistically sell. I mean, 1,000 plastinium would sell for five if they sold for 750 a piece. That's like 475,000. You could kind of rebuild your components and stuff off 475,000. Depending on what obviously the freaking economy is like on your server. Alrighty, moment of truth. Let's see what our PvE zone looks like real quick. Look at this guy. This guy seems to be camping. He's waiting for somebody. Is that a person? No, he's gone. Is my guy even coming? I don't know. Surely we're moving, right? Oh, there we are. You never know until the last second, and then boom, there you show up. What sucks too is our base looks so juicy, dude. We have this massive fortress. It's only like half built. But if there's people running around stealing people's sub fiefs, I'd assume that they would take that one. On the market, go into the sell tab and you can move from your ornithopter until you're into your inventory. Thank you, Arthur. I thought I saw something like that when I was messing around in there. I was trying to find it there at the last minute, but realistically, I'm not trying to put these away quite yet. So I was like, I will figure it out later. But thank you. It's good to know that that's there. I swore I saw it while we were messing around with all that. Just couldn't find it the second time. Sweet. It looks like we lost Least, because I'm wondering exactly how all of that went down, you know? Like, did he log on and his sub-fief was gone? Did he log on and his base was still there? But, because I'm wondering if, like, maybe power went out and then the storm took it down. But I've seen the storms literally take forever in order to take things out. We've got a bit of a problem. I left my scout ornithopter in the deep desert. I have another one over here, but I think it's in pretty rough shape. So I might just try and make like a new tier 5 scout. And, well, everything looks to be here, which is good. 260 duraluminum sounds about right. 433 melange is still in there. All right. Perfect. You had me worried. And honestly, I'm probably going to start storing up plastinium inside of the storage inside of the towns just as like a backup, bro, because if cheaters genuinely are breaking permissions and taking sub fiefs inside of the PvE zone, I promise you it's only a matter of time before those hacks start to spread to a wider and wider audience of cheaters, and it is going to, like a plague, sweep across. I promise you it will look exactly like Pal World did, where you can't even play for 10 minutes without somebody coming in, and even Chris said that they can currently kill you in the PvE zones. So it'll be just like Pal World, where people are literally coming in and just blasting you with a rocket launcher. You won't be able to last 10 minutes. Fingers crossed there's a little bit more anti-cheat involved with Dune than there was with Pal World, because I'm almost certain that there was none. I'm pretty sure the back door was just left wide open with Pal World. Oh, I'm with you, Chris. It's definitely, if they can't figure that out before it becomes a massive problem, yeah, that is going to suck. It's going to leave a sour note on what already has been a couple sour notes on this game. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. Like, the foundation of the game, really solid. I'd imagine Dune Awakening will be around for some years to come. Kind of similar to Conan, bro. Like, obviously, they know how to make an engaging gameplay loop because even with the PvE in its current state, which is very redundant, damn it, the gameplay loop has had me hooked in for like, I don't even want to look at my Steam hours right now. I'll be right back. Honestly, the gameplay loop is so good that when they do eventually come out with a new planet, I could easily see myself being like, yeah, dude, let's get down again. Let's get down again and play like on a parallel progression path through the same like progression line, if you will, because it's laid out pretty well. I'd set up a new speed run. You better believe it, bro. We had fun with the first one. So damn, I took all of my plastanium out there and we've brought it all back. We should have enough to do what we need to do. Oh, I've got to deposit it, and we need to deposit some water as well. Damn, I've got a super stable circuit. I could realistically start running some death stills. But we'll worry about that when we come back out into the Haga Basin to run it out here. That's when we'll complete this. That'll probably be like next week when we're back out here in the Haga Basin trying to move and craft all of the tier 6 stuff out here as well as in the deep desert. Right, I gotta pull my stuff from storage. And actually, let's pull out all of the monies we can. Because I want to go set up a stupid market for this thing. If there's nothing else on the market, I'm gonna put it up there for something dumb. Bro, I was like, what the hell just happened? Dude, you see this pop up there? That was insane. Oh, it tells me in the top, so I don't even have to search for coins, bro. I can just check. Brenry, how you doing over on Twitch? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. It was something else. I genuinely wish my mic was recording. And if you're talking about the story with the wife, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we got a hat tossed at us. Classic married energy there. Damn, I've stopped checking the top to see just to make sure. Clear, clear, clear. Alright, clear. Perfect. We've got all the monies we can have. Did I even deposit the stuff for my assault ornithopter? I don't think I did. No, I did not. It was my first melee fight, and he had me beat dead to rights. When he said, "Can we talk about this?" I was like, "You absolutely better believe we can talk about this." I wish my mic was on. I was like, "You read my mind. I exactly want to talk about this." I'm lost, bro. Here we go. Cool. So we'll have this tier 6 boost, and I could make these as well. But I think we're going to hold off and just hold on to them. We'll make that when we end up, if we end up losing this thing, you know? Let's go make the rest of this tier 5, because I left my other ornithopter out there, but it wasn't in the best of shape anyways. I don't know if I have enough duraluminum. We might have to do a couple things out here, unfortunately. Which will probably end up with us missing a sandstorm out in the deep desert, but we have not found a base yet. It's been empty. Alright, we can do this if we're quick enough. Quickly, quickly, quickly. This is real old school here. I haven't had to harvest water like this for a while, but we got this. Unfortunately, we gotta take the bus up there. Freaking slow assault ornithopter, but we'll get it. One triple water here should get us enough water to craft all of the extra duraluminum we need, which is realistically not that much. We will need to go mine up some jasmium as well, but that'll only take a second. That's quick and easy nowadays. We'll have to take the boat to do that as well, but that'll give us an extra little chunk of jasmium, which will be nice. Man, just to think that all of these people might end up getting just tossed down by that PvE player, or that by the cheaters. It's nerve-wracking. Man, we came in a little bit too hot there. A little too hot. I should probably check on the power level of this base. I have not checked the power level. We paid the taxes on it. I don't know if it's powered. They said they fixed the... Speaking of which, it's 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. We got 4 hours left until the downtime. They said they made it to where this thing will now continue harvesting. I'm running out of power, which sucks. When you transfer between dew fields, which it wasn't doing before. And now I don't have enough power to even test it. I mean, it looks like it's working. It wouldn't even transfer that much before. It's really nice. We got a ship coming down. Watch out! Oh, it's a bird. I thought it was an ornithopter, bro. I was like, he's right in the path. Now we're good. All right, the rest of this field, we can wait until it's optimal. When the optimal time hits, I can't hit both fields. So I might as well hit that field before it turns optimal, you know what I mean? What is actually happening? The game freaking lags over here anymore nowadays with all these bases. I could maybe bust that one down and recycle it. I'm not sure. 7 hours. Wow. It's a good thing I checked, huh? We'll hit up a couple of fuel cells before we leave here. I can't help but feel like I'm getting less water than I ever have, but we missed some piles over there. Oh, come on. But it could be a placebo effect as well because I'm using the assault ornithopter. Typically I get one full scout ornithopter's worth of leader johns and then an inventory full. And that kind of looks like where we're at here. All right, let's find a couple of fuel cells. Damn, I really thought that was one. As long as we remember to make it back here before 7 hours, and honestly, these take forever to decay, so we'd be all right even if we left it for a day. There's nothing here, to be honest, and it's become so unreasonable to play over here because of the bases. It feels somewhat better than it has the past couple of days. But I swear this place is typically freaking a madhouse. A madhouse of lag. Get past it! Nice. Quest speedrunner on RuneScape. Gross. Gross. No, who the hell plays quests on RuneScape, dude? Quests suck on RuneScape. Maybe we were talking about the quest helper on old school RuneScape, how it makes quests somewhat bearable. But I hate quests. Hate them. Speedrunning them would imply that I'm doing it over and over and over again, which would never happen. The only time we've ever had to do quests over and over again, which is why I hate quests, is because there's like quest chains that you have to do for your PKing accounts. The advanced Fremen water quest that fills up 2 large water containers. Nice. Yeah, the quests in this game are... you know, I don't like quests, so don't even ask me. Like, I wouldn't say that I liked them, especially the class quests. I had to go during the live stream where we unlocked all of the classes, most of the classes. I would say that 40% of that live stream was spent on the world map and in a loading screen because of how much back and forth it had me doing. But they're super rewarding, to be honest. Like, the rewards that they drop for them are really good. I use it to the sniper that I got from one of the outpost quests for, like, the majority of my Haga Basin playthrough. And I think questing is probably one of the best ways to get your hands on some early monies. Early monies. Still no deposit all button. Nice. All right. Couple more times of doing this, huh? And then we'll have everything filled up. Go knock out some jasmium real quick. Get a little bit of extra duraluminum cooking up. Get this tier 5 ornithopter with the tier 6 wings and then the tier 6 engine dropped down. I've given up on arguing with the use case of the death stills because this is so irritating, and even harvesting the water is a pain in the ass. Compared to, like, if I just go out with my assault ornithopter and clear one area and put every body from that area into my assault ornithopter and bring it back to my base, I have, like, hundreds of thousands of water, especially if I'm using the advanced death still. So I've given up on arguing the use case of it because it's by far the better way to do it. Alrighty. How fast do you think we're going to be able to glide with the tier 6 unique booster and the tier 6 wings? Now I'm like, maybe we do whip out the tier 6 special wings, but I think we're going to hold off on those. We're going to hold off on the albatross wings that we have until after we lose this next ornithopter. What's funny is even when I'm upside down looking a direction, the ornithopter figures out how to maneuver to get that direction. You know what I mean? You would think that would confuse it, and then all of a sudden it would start, but no. Nope. Nice try, sandworm. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He almost got me. Let's get some of this jasmium right quick. Should be good to go. Man, we've been so long in the deep desert, bro. I forgot not everything goes in a loop, and some of them are just lines. We'll hit up these small ones first, then the big one. Onward. My goodness gracious, I forgot how much more you could put in the Assault Ornithopter compared to the Scout. You can really stack this thing up. Let's hit up the big one. Let's get that big one down. I think it's right there, yeah. I always miss it. I always miss it. I always think that one's it, but this is not. This is just like inside land. Definitely not where you want to go. Yesterday is when you did your hauling from the, yeah. It takes quite a bit. I think it took us like 3 trips or 4 trips even to get everything that we needed out to the to the deep desert. That's why I'm like doing a midweek pullback from the deep desert to kind of pull some of the stuff back. But since we're just now finding out about these cheaters who are actually raiding bases and taking control of bases in the PvE zone, I'm kind of thinking that we go and take whatever plastinium ingots that we have left over from crafting this ornithopter here, and we go put them in the bank. It's kind of what I'm thinking, just for safety, because if this is starting to kick up, bro, it's literally only going to pick up in pace. If you land in the radiation pools, exit most time on top of the vehicles. Hold on, let me read that again. I think I misread the hell out of that. I should have landed in the pool here, so I'd have been closer to banking in the vehicle, but I'm pretty sure there's another point that you're getting at. I don't know if your radiation goes up when you're standing in the pool. If you land in the radiation pool, you exit most of the time on top of the vehicle. Can mine radiation 2 instead of 3 from top of the ship most of the time. Oh, so does it go down to radiation? Does it go up to radiation 3 when you're in the pool? I've never been paying attention. Every time I try and land my ship inside of the pool, though, it literally feels like it's about to shove me all the way through the ground because of the way those pools are. Because the way those pools are working. Like if my ship angles and it just like pinches me into the ground, I'm like buried under the pool of acid, and it just really feels like it's getting ready to shove me through the ground. Yeah, we might have to give that a shot. Typically, I don't even need to mine that much jasmium. Like this should be more than enough to cap off the rest of the ornithopter. And in reality, I don't even need to build a whole nother tier 5 ornithopter, but since we're putting tier 6 wings in a tier 6 engine, I guess I want it to be like fully fresh. Because we left our other ornithopter out in the deep desert, and I still have a tier 5 at the Dew Gap base. So I could go pick that up and repair it and then put the wings on that, but we're just going to make a fresh one. Electros, how you going? Press T. I wish they would let you put this top left UI up on the top left the whole entire time. It would be nice. It would definitely be nice to help keep track of time. Brenry, that's smart. I've heard of a couple people out here in the chat talking about how they put their base either on the southwest or the northwest up here, either up here or down here. And then they're able to actually take a buggy up through these land masses here and put the stuff away. Yeah, that's really smart. I just have not needed that much jasmium, to be honest. So it hasn't been that big of a deal. But since we're getting ready to abandon the Dew Gap water farming and trade that out for advanced Fremen death stills, we will most likely set up some sort of buggy base in order to accomplish just getting a massive amount of the jasmium. But honestly, I think I'd rather set up or try to set up some sort of buggy base that's mining the crystals to make cobalt paste, because I find myself needing cobalt paste at the worst times, and then I have to go all the way there to mine the crystals. So if I could just like get 10,000 cobalt paste because I slapped a base up there for a week, you know, it'd be nice. I'm hoping whatever cheats are happening in the PvE zone that are allowing these people to take over bases get nipped in the butt real quick, so we don't have to worry about this progress getting wiped, because that would just be a gut punch, that's for sure. Man, the lighting is freaking out right now. Just absolutely lost its mind. Whoops. You think any new content will come soon? The endgame feeling really dry after a few weeks now? Magic. So glad you asked. No. I don't think any new substantial content will come soon. It'll be interesting to see what happens when their first DLCs come out. Hold on, let me pull up the Steam page. Because I'm so glad you asked. Let's go ahead and theory craft here. Steam. Yep, here we go. If you go on and you take a look at Dune Awakening Season Pass on the Steam page here. Wow. Steam's just going to broadcast somebody and it's not going to be me? Unbelievable. That's just... sad, sad days. Anyways, here we go. If we take a look at this... we were supposed to get 4 DLCs. They have 4 DLCs planned. So if you pre-ordered the game early, you got the Season Pass, which gave you access to these 4 DLCs. Let me pull up the Steam page here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. My goodness gracious, it blows my mind sometimes the scale that I have to make these. Oh. Bear with me. Look, this is Wildlife of Arrakis. It's said to have released on June 10th of 2025. We're meant to also get next Lost Harvest here, which is coming October through December of 2025. Back to Wildlife of Arrakis. This is slated as cosmetic. It's literally tagged by Steam as cosmetic. Decorate your base with statues of the prominent wildlife of Arrakis. You get a donkey, which I've seen in one single spot in the game. You get this stupid rat, and then you get the worm. And this is just DLC. I don't know if there's a quest line that you have to do to get this done. Or if you just get this just for the hell of getting this, right? Purchasing this DLC unlocks the crafting schematics for these items, right? I don't know what they sell the DLC for individually, but... excuse me? The next one is labeled Lost Harvest, like I said, coming October through December of 2025. This is actually, I think this got updated. Side story and cosmetics. So this is actually coming through October through December. What this content's going to look like, I don't even know, bro. A side story? I mean... How many stories have you rolled through on Dune so far? Because like Brenz was saying, he's only hit up a couple of the main quests, and I'm kind of the same way. So just it depends. You see this picture here of this bean-shaped thing with a little hole in the middle coming out, and I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know anything about the Dune universe. But this could potentially actually lead to some sort of content, perhaps. I don't know. I would say this is probably realistically just going to be a little tiny side quest line followed by cosmetics very similar to the way you got these cosmetics, right? And then we have Water Wars. Nope, sorry. Then we have Raiders of the Broken Lands. This is labeled as just cosmetics. So in January to March of 2026, don't expect any new content aside from just some cosmetics. And this is just how Steam labels this. I made a video about this, and I said, like, this is just how Steam labels this. I don't know if it's mislabeled or if there's going to be more. Hold on, I see the chat going, but let me finish my thought here, because then finally we have the Water Wars. This is when I think we're going to see real content come into the game, and it's between April and June of 2026. Water is life. The water shipper families are at war fighting for control of the polar caps of Arrakis. I have no idea anything about this game, like I said, or like about the lore of Dune, like I said, but I wouldn't expect any substantial content to come out until then. You're right, Magic. It's good, but lacking end game content, and that's why I feel like them reverting so quickly on what their deep desert plans were was not a good idea. I feel like they should have just left the deep desert like it was, because the PvE players, when they get out to the deep desert and realize that this is what the end game PvE is, they're going to be just as disappointed, if not more disappointed, than they were having to fight the PKers. And trust me, PvEers hate fighting PvPers. So it's like they'd end up being more disappointed finding out that the PvE is actually not good. Not It's just the same as what they've been doing already. There's no real end game PvE goal to fight for currently. And I think if they left the deep desert like it was for the year, yeah, the PvEers would have been upset. But I bet they would have come back when they found out that the new expansion was going to be a PvE expansion. I just bet. But I'm giving the game a lot of the benefit of the doubt when it comes to crafting the game. And what I mean by that, or crafting, sorry, I'm giving the developers a lot of benefit of the doubt when it comes to crafting a diverse PvE experience, because currently right now it is super redundant, bro. You're fighting the same enemies all over the place. The AI is kind of like slow in the head, but that's not the main problem. The main problem is the redundancy of the enemies, the lack of any sort of attempt to even try to make a diversity in the enemies, in the sense of like the bosses are all the same. Your bosses are, you're either going to get one shield guy with a minigun, one flamethrower guy, or two minigun guys or two flamethrower guys. That's your end game boss PvE in Dune Awakening right now, and it's really, really unimaginative to say the least. Jen, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. No new tier equipment or crafting under the current planned releases. It's a good question, gamer. So with the whole side story that they're coming out with the, what was it, October DLC, there could potentially be some like crafting items that get thrown in with that. That's entirely possible. A new tier of equipment with the upcoming new side story quest? No. I would say absolutely no chance. The new tier of equipment will come with the Water Wars next year. Oh, Jen. Me too. I'm hoping. We get any news? Have we gotten any sort of news yet about leagues? But yeah, we may very well be busy inside of October, either with RuneScape leagues or Deadman mode. I'm itching. No, we just went over. It'll be way past August. June, July, August. Oh, you're right. August, September, October, November. No, June. It's going to be June of next year when we probably get July of next year. Probably a whole year from now when we get the next big update. I mean, it's disappointing, but I don't... yeah, the league stuff, I'm not sure what date leagues is meant to come out yet. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But I know we also have Deadman mode as well. It's also super easy to get any schematic you want. So there is no lab grind. You likely get what you want on the first drop, so all schematics are basically common. That's a good point, Magic, and I think that actually I think what plays a big part in that is the fact that the deep desert schematics are like run on a weekly basis. So if you're talking about deep desert schematics, those especially fall victim to that, because they're run on like a weekly basis, in the sense of there's only 8 to 10 schematics that you can get kind of scattered throughout the deep desert, and they're spread. It's not like those 8 to 10 schematics are in every lab, so you're running RNG on 8 to 10. It's like in this lab over here, you're running the RNG on 2 items, and now they're dropping like a possibility of 3 uniques per chest out in the PvP zone. So you're right, people are pulling the schematics that they want basically whenever they want. Yeah. No. That's what I thought you meant, and it is the deep desert schematics do specifically fall victim to that, um, or like more so than the ones out here. Because even the ones out here are trivial to farm, but that's not a That's I don't have a problem with that. I don't think this has to have RuneScape level of drop rates. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think there's a big problem with that. But the deep desert especially, it's like, yeah, none of the schematics actually hold any sort of like real value aside from the fact that they it's not guaranteed that they're going to sell on the black market. Like this lasgun right here, I bet people are getting this all left, right, and center. They're just not selling it on the black market. There's none of them on the black market. So what's my current goal? Being decently far into the end game? I mean, that's a really good question. Hill, Jovi Hill. I don't know how you want me to pronounce that. We'll call you Hill. Um, I don't know, and I'm mainly worried now that we were talking about the hackers coming in. Cheaters are coming into this game, and inside of the PvE zone, they are taking your sub fief's permission, and then they are taking your stuff. So now I'm a little bit stressed because before I was stressed about that. Realistically, the end game goal was to just stack up on as much plastinium and as much melange as I possibly could on the off chance that they came out with any sort of good PvP in this game, or that a full loot week happened to take place so we could make a bunch of sets. We just have multiple sets. I mean, and that's basically my end game goal, is to just stack up multiples of all of the end game stuff so that we basically so it's kind of like in RuneScape when I'm going out to do a PKing trip. I don't buy one set of black dragon hides and one rune crossbow, you know? I buy 10 sets of black dragon hides and 10 rune crossbows because I'm probably going to die at least one time, and I want to have some backups in the inventory, so it's a scoot and boot type situation, you know? And that was my end game goal, but now it's like if I store up 4,000 plastinium ingots, enough to suffice me through 10 sets of gear, and some asshole comes in and takes my progress in the PvE zone, I'm gonna be livid, bro. So I'm a little concerned. We might start putting all of our plastinium inside of the bank. Just hold our plastinium and our melange inside of the bank until this all kind of blows over. But to be fair, this is the first that I'm hearing of the people taking the sub fief tonight. So that's a good thing, and that's also possibly a bad thing, because when this shit takes over, you guys, it is going to snowball so heavy. I'm telling you, it's going to be just like Pal World. It's either going to get nipped in the butt, or it is going to snowball to a point where it's unsalvageable. Genuinely. My question is, how do we keep our bases powered and all of our loot when we get bored and have to wait until October, December for new content? You don't, Chris, and that's why I keep talking about the bank. The bank is not my base. The bank is I keep calling it a bank too. It's more of like a storage. You'll notice I'll use RuneScape terms to explain what I'm talking about, and at least one person in here somewhat gets what I'm talking about. Jen picks up what I'm putting down. But yes, the bank is essentially the storage, the private storage that you have access to inside of the towns. I'll hold on to your blast for you. Bank doesn't seem nearly big enough though, players, and that's concerning. So let's look at that. Did I put my plastinium here? I think I did. I think it's in this. Let's look at that, because you're totally right. It only has a volume of 1,500. So if we're being realistic about that, that doesn't hold shit for you, bro. It should have unlimited volume. And I could see how that could potentially be abused, but that's not really the case, bro. Like, if somebody's willing to go all the way out to Awoken to pick up a vehicle full of plastinium because they didn't want to use the chest system here, they just wanted infinite storage out there, bro, that's on them. That's a long trip. I ain't flying all the way out to Awoken to pick that shit up. It should be unlimited, though. The hell is my frickin' plastinium? There it is. Yeah, so it's 299 with a volume of one apiece. So I could only put 1500 plastinium in there, and currently on the market, currently on my, or actually, you know what? I could make that work. We could throw in, we could get like try and bank 1,000 plastinium inside of the bank, and then just slap the rest of it up with melange, because if we have 1,000 plastinium and our entire PVE progress gets wiped, currently as it stands, plastinium is selling for 5,000 a piece on my market, my auction house. So I could potentially sell 1,000 plastinium for 500,000 and be walking away with enough to kind of progress and continue. Bear with me. I'll be right back. So, I mean, realistically, 1,000 of this, you could probably rebuild if you lost all of your progress out here. Um, and I suppose if you were doing like a full reset, do I have vehicle parts anywhere in here? I need to find like a spare part. I know where some are. These have a volume of 5, so you'd be better off like putting maybe some full tier 6 ornithopters in there or something. You know what I mean? Water, of course. It's always water. So I used it to make all the duraluminum. It's always cobalt paste, too. It's alright. We have a storage on the other one that we can use. Problem is, I wanted to grab the storage so I could move some of the plastanium. Oh, I probably should build the ornithopter first. If I fill up my inventory, I won't be able to grab any of this. You're right. I think it would, gamer. That's why I was saying you'd probably be better off doing like some tier 6. If you stored up like, how many pieces is it for a tier 6? It's 4 wings, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you stored up like 2 tier 6 ornithopters in a storage and a rocket launcher, you'd still have like 18 slots where you could slot in maybe like some of these high value tier 6 resources like the I mean, shit, you might want to put in some of the spice infused stuff, but realistically, you could dump even like the spice infused duraluminum and throw in some like Holtzman actuators. This shit's a pain in the ass to get a hold of. Some of the plasteel composite blades. How do you make plastinanium? Plastinanium. God, can't they just name it something normal? Same with the erythrite crystals, bro. I was calling them, God, what was I calling them for the longest time? What's that crypto, bro? I was calling them that crypto for the longest time. Does recycling? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. That's such a good question. I don't know. Let's see. We can figure that out without recycling, I'm fairly certain. All right, to make the hull, we needed 72 duraluminum ingots, so I think that'll be a good test to see. No, no, you do not. Not even close. Not even close. How do you make the plastinium? Let me show you. It's in a medium. You can do it in a medium or refinery, but you need stravidium fiber and you need titanium ore. Both of these, and you need water, a boatload of it. Both of these you get from the deep desert. The stravidium fiber comes from the stravidium mass, which you get, and you have to use a medium chemical refinery in order to turn the stravidium mass into a stravidium fiber. So you need fiber, titanium, water equals plastinium ingot. Which is why if you're going away, like realistically, if you don't have plastinium, you probably want to take duraluminum and do the same type of thing where you store up 2 tier 5 ornithopters. You store up maybe like a storage or 2 for those ornithopters, and then you store up like Holtzman actuators, ray amplifiers, some of the tier 6 components if you have them, and then that way you're not just dumping ingots in. But realistically, if you dump ingots in, those are like a guaranteed value. Come on. Like the ingots are a guaranteed value, like I was saying. It might not hold its value, but you'd at least be able to sell it for something. And then be able to possibly buy a schematic or 2 that would help you, but realistically, if you're planning on taking like a super extended break, you're probably gonna want to like just put everything in your base. You'd probably be better off making sure your base is powered up for like 20 days. Like honestly, like here's what I would do. If I was taking a really long break, I would go in and I would remove everything that's taking power away from my base and put that in a storage. So that way there's just ridiculous amounts of power powering my base for forever. So that way the timer goes up because it's not using any power. I think that's how it works. But even if that's not how it works, you could just like fuel cell it out at that point. If your base requires no power and you just have like fuel cells to worry about, you could stack up like thousands of them, I suppose. There might actually be a cap to what you can put in there, which might make you have to. Fucking paste, bro. It's always the paste. I need a suspensor belt. The power pack's good. Shield is decent. This cutter ray is like toasted. Oh man, I didn't even think about taxes that would force you to show up every week. Fuck, why'd I repair the suspensor belt and not the cutter ray? Oh, we have some. Good. Get the cutter ray repaired. You don't think you've been in a stream where someone is as thorough in replies as to chat as, hey, I appreciate that, Joe. We try around here. You know, I figured out when I was working at Walmart that I really just like helping people, so when somebody's asking me a how-to or a what's up or a what's going on, it's like right up my alley and something I like talking about. Boom. Cutter ray repaired. We should have this crafted, no? No. That's actually not the biggest deal because I should be able to... Should be able to fix all of that inside of the deep desert, like no big deal. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and grab these. So we get 122. We're just gonna go slap these inside of the chest. Did I put the thrusters on? I don't think I did I? I crafted the tier 6 thrusters. Where'd they go? There they are. One thing I'd be good to repair as well is this. Where be it? Ooh, this thing is like cooked actually. Maybe I just make another one. Nope, there should be something else we can fix in the deep desert, so let's just go ahead and repair it for now. Cool, let's go dump these ingots and put this thing on the market. Yeah, do I have fuel on me? I don't, of course I don't. The taxes is what would screw my whole plan there in setting up a 20-day safety net. You'd have to come back weekly and pay taxes. Which I mean, in the end, in order to keep like all of your progress where it's at, isn't like the biggest deal. You know what I mean? Am I intentionally keeping my base dark? No, gamer. We just have been really slacking when it comes to coming and finishing this base off. I think next week we're going to be trying to set up as much tier 6 refineries and whatnot inside of the Haga Basin, and that's when we're going to come through and really finish off this whole base here. Comb has a floaty light that doesn't clip, can put in the middle of large spaces. Oh, I know. I know. We've been slacking. Big slacking on my part here. I know I've got to have a fuel cell somewhere. There we go. All right, looking good. Oh, we did also, though. Hold up, hold up. Not looking great yet. What's this? Oh, I don't have the advanced garment fabricator down here, do I? Let's try and look through the darkness here to see if... no, I don't think I do. I could have swore I put one down, but maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I put it down, but maybe we took it down in order to, 12 lights total? No, check it out. It depends on how many claims you have. I can have 60 lights. I think it's 12 lights per horizontal claim or something like that. I'm not sure. It depends on how many claims you have. But yeah, you're still limited, and 60 lights is not going to light this whole damn place. The decorations is going to kneecap us as well. But we'll get into all that next week. Overheated, excuse me. Oh, yeah. Are the pentashields brighter than lights? We might have to start to try to incorporate those then. Maybe as a bit of some, like, ceiling lights. But I don't know if that's a question. I have no idea. I would say brighter than lights, probably not. But could they work as a light? Maybe. Man, it would be nice if recycling a 100% item gave everything back, because then you could, like, make up whatever uses the most plastinium, like, time and time and time and time again, and then just recycle it when you came back to get a big chunk of it. All right, let's see if we become the world's first millionaire. Insufficient banked salaries. From the outside, seeing them surrounded by those big Atreides windows makes it look like the lights are on. Inside a distance, you're right, it did. When we were flying up, I don't know if you're talking about another base, but I could even see it on my base when we were flying up to it. The top light was glowing through the window. I did see that.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris?
1 million. It's gonna cost me 40,000. Should we slap it up for only a day? That'll cost me 20,000. Where do I buy the one thing from, and how much does it cost? Alrighty. I would say zero chance that sells, but excuse me, sir, I want my Solari back.
Would you like to deposit? How much Solaris would you...
Thank you. Where do I buy the Scout Ornithopter Atreides variant? Does anybody know? Is it all the way at this lady up here?
Always good to see a familiar face. What can I do for you today?
Buggy variant, still suit swatch, heavy armor variant swatch, sand bike, medium ornithopter. Is that the Scout Ornithopter? Because to me that would be the light Ornithopter, no? Or am I tripping? Light Ornithopter variant. Nice try, dickheads. Boom. Huge. Assume you're right. You've only gotten the buggy one. So the medium one was the assault. There was a light one. It was all the way down at the bottom. They were trying to bamboozle you into forcing you to spend 120,000. They're like, nobody's buying the assault, so let's sell them this, or nobody's using the assault ornithopter, so let's sell them that skin first. Scammed. Oh yeah, swatch it up. Can't pull my weapon out here. Alright, let's roll. Back to the deep desert we go. Oh shit, I didn't put my 120 plastinium away. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just take it back out to the deep desert. Do you know the item limit per player for selling on the market? I don't. I rarely sell on the market. When I go to the market, if I've got anything worth selling, I'll try and sell a little bit of it. The one time we did go to the market to sell stuff was when I had a bunch of thermonuclear coolers or whatever those are. Those are for selling for a ridiculous amount on this server, so we made like 120,000 real easy selling those. 20. Limit of 20. My days, who would have ever thought we're flying 200 kilometers per hour straight up? That's insanity. Damn, right to 212 with a glide speed of 184. Nobody's catching us, bro. Nobody with rockets, that is. I'm not sure how much of a difference the 10 kilometers per hour is going to make in scouting the deep desert, but it is nice to finally be in something that's tier 6. Let's hope that we don't lose it right away, but really it doesn't matter if we do, because we got the other ornithopter at the base. No big deal. I'm just now realizing you're saying nice dice to him answering it's 20. 2 dice is his name. Selling on the market is his game. Alright, where were we scanning earlier? We were staying pretty hard on the, on the left side, weren't we? I think even yesterday we started on the left side, so I think we start on the right side today. Do a sweep, and then we hit up the left side. Have I tried halo diving? Pull up a bit, eject, and storing the scout ornithopter midair? No, we have not. No, we have not. Look, that guy's going off to the right. That's probably Deep Desert PD. What's he doing in the safe zone, though? The fuck is this guy doing? Hello, fair traveler. I don't know what you just did to my base, but I don't appreciate it. You apologize to her. Oh, don't you tap my base like that. Don't you do it. Oh, that is just... This guy is violating my base. Gave it a little foot tap. I don't appreciate the foot tap. He's scouting me out. Oh, he wants in. He wants in. He wants in. It's all locked off. I was like, did we get looted? Bro, we brought all that stuff back. We took all that juicy stuff back. There's 174 cobalt paste here, which is big. I mean, like, damn, this looks emptier than it was before, doesn't it? I wouldn't do that. Hello! I suppose me screaming doesn't do very well for him, huh? Oh. Watch out for the storm, fellas. Why does he have a white backside? How did he do that? I like that. Can I paint my backside? Oh, you can. Oh, I like that. Okay. Ask him about purchasing an extended warranty. Yeah, it's per part. No, I like that. That's cool. Oh, I don't like the way that looks on the top. If I just do the Atreides swatch, is that the same thing as the variant? It is. Gosh, I liked his white. God, I thought they landed on my base again. I was like, would these freaks just leave? It's the Deep Desert Police Department. They know, they know. Yeah, they do. They're like, is this the asshole that keeps raiding people? I think it is. Now that's flying in style right there. Mm-hmm. No, for real though, this genuinely looks like less than what we left, but I know we brought a bunch of this stuff back, like a bunch of this stuff back. So I'd imagine that's what was there. Is there still a bug with not being able to repair broken wings that had the Atreides skin variant applied? I don't know, that's a good question. No, I was able to repair it. Oh, broken. Got you. Got you. That's a bit harder of one to test out. Oh. I was like, what was in there? My inventory's full. Man, this one chest is what has me freaked out, bro. It feels like they broke in and did something, but you would think they would have taken. Those are like really run-of-the-mill schematics, though. Like, it feels like we're missing something out of here, but I know for sure we dumped a bunch of stuff off at our base in the Haga Basin, so we did take a bunch of stuff out of here. Alrighty, we've got our storage we need to pick up. We need to dump this 24,000 off. Let's see if I've got a fuel cell anywhere. I mean, they would have taken the Stravidium, they would have taken the Plastanium, like, there's no way. I for sure took everything out. If you are raided, won't it show in the logs? I didn't get raided, bro. My anxiety just be tripping, dude, and these guys were over here ramming my base for some reason. And then when the very first chest I look into looks like this, because this was the chest with all of my components in that I just took back to the Hog Basin. So that's just my anxiety going nuts, bro. But yeah, I believe it would say in the logs. What is this, bro? The guy's name we killed earlier? Oh no, dude. Oh no. And you see right here, a large sandstorm disabled the shield on a sub-fief. That might have been why they were over here dicking around. Flaccid. I'll be right back. Oh, what's funny, OMCs, you're right. The storm literally did edge the base. So, um, maybe that has to do with how these guys are somehow cheesing out people's. Maybe that has to do with something how these cheaters are taking down people's bases, but they're doing it in the PvE zone. I don't think a storm disables your shield in the PvE zone, so that can't be it. But yeah, maybe when they saw the shield go down, they were gonna try something nefarious. All right, we've got fuel, we've got darts. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous taking this thing out. I'm almost like, let's take out the tier 5 again. But realistically, we'll be fine. They were probably just admiring the base, giving it a little slap on the buns, saying, "Good job, base. Good job." That's what I do when I see a nice space. I give it a little slap. Alright, now currently we're in PvP zone. These islands might be PvE. But they might not. We haven't checked over here because it's like right on the edge of PvE. Well, this is a ship. So I don't think nobody's allowed to build on that. This, however, this looks like it's gonna be PvP. And I think it's gonna be an island. Nope, it's an island we've checked. It's always a facade. Maybe that island will be PvP as well. I think almost certainly we're getting ready to swap to the PvE zone, which is unfortunate. This might genuinely be the first night we don't find even a single base out inside of the deep desert. We've still got a few hours until the downtime. Man, it's like, oh, there's a base. It's gonna be PvE. These guys are camping right on the edge, aren't they? It's disgusting. Alright, it was a little all over the place, but we got there. This is another island that we've checked. All the way and out in F9, too, of all places. That was a little bit more smooth. I just cut off the turn at the wrong time last time. We weren't facing the right direction when we did the pull-off. It's fine, it's fine. I gotta watch out because there was a carrier ornithopter out here earlier, presumably, possibly thinking about setting up to do a big, large spice blow, though I haven't seen any of those genuinely be active. We came up on this guy's back. That's an assault ornithopter. I bet he doesn't even know that we're behind him. Oh, gotta slow down, bro. I'm gonna catch his ass. I'm gonna catch his ass. Where's he going? Where are you going? Sector G9. Does he see me? It's hard to tell. It's definitely an assault ornithopter. I feel like there's no way he sees me, but I swear I'm never checking behind me, bro. There's been a couple times I've had somebody just run up on me, and then out of nowhere I'm getting rockets shot at me. I see him fly by me. I'm like, damn, how long you been back there, man? I don't think he saw me. I think he was just catching some glide height. He might be going to the spice blow. I'm not interested in PvPing resource gatherers. But I don't think the spice blow's all the way out here even. Is it? Oh shit. What is he doing, bro? Oh, you like that move? I call it the stall spin. Did we do it on purpose? Yes, obviously. I wouldn't have a name for it if I didn't do that on purpose. It worked obviously exactly how I planned it to work. Don't question it. Do not question it. This guy might be leading us directly to his base. Bro, a worm just spawned over there where I was doing the stall spin. It was, I think it was just giving me a thumbs up, dude. It was giving me a thumbs up. It said, that was a nice stall spin, man. I said, thank you. How do you know the name? He's trying to claim it. He invented it now, like, so me and that worm are having a beef, actually. Fuck that worm. Worm's a dickhead. It's kind of what the worms look like, too, so it's fitting. There he is, there he is, there he is. Is that what he's going after? Somebody hit this cave right here. Worms can fly? Yeah, I know, I've seen that. I've seen him catching some air and actually tail whipping people out of the air, which is crazy. What could he have possibly come all the way out here for? This is such a far flight to make. And that cave is hit. Like, is somebody in this cave? Where the hell is it? It's right here. Somebody in here? I never loot these because it's a complete and total waste of time. Somebody hit this cave. Everybody relax. I don't think he saw me. This guy is... Here we go. let's go, baby. Like that. Yes, okay, come on. I need to get like a rocket launcher or something because this just breaks so slow. That crippling strike is just such a brutal kill. He's gonna spawn soon. I'm not even hitting the storage. We gotta make sure when we spawn that we catch him this time. What the hell was that? It's alright. Nice try, bitch. Fucking keep wasting my stamina because this asshole missed me. That's good, that's good, that's good. He's got to be low. Fuck. He's back with a vengeance, bro. He wants it. He wants it. Missed it. No! Oh, you cheeky bastard. Oh, come on, come on. We're good. It ain't over yet. We're good. It ain't over yet. Stupid idiot. Oh, fuck! Actually scammed, bro. You're done. How did that not stun you? Fucking bullshit, bro. It's it, it's it, it's it. Come on. There we go. Oh. Damn, that ain't good. No. No! No! He ran out of stamina. Oh, we got saved by the bell there. Fuck. God, I gotta take this behind the back step off. Also, I'm like not facing the right direction. My camera's angled the wrong fucking way. That was a good fight, bro. My camera's angled the wrong way, and I'm pressing the fucking comma button to get it to fix. I don't have a fucking vehicle spawn there either. Ah. Chris, it was good seeing you. I hope you have a good one. It was a good fight. He got his stuff back. Good on him. I am irritated because a little pissed off because the whole fight, dude, my camera was on the wrong side. It was a good one, Beachy. That was good. I need to swap the behind the back step because that basically does nothing but tell them when to dodge. That guy kept missing his knees. If he'd have landed his knees sooner, it'd have been game over. Those knees paired with like the crippling strike can be brutal. Alright, well, I need to make a fuel cell now, and just to check, we're pretty good on everything. Let's maybe see if we can hit the repair station. Seen the backstep not work as good this week as it did last week? Yeah, people have become well prepared for the backstep. It's you can choreograph it fairly well. That's alright, though. We finally got in a fight with somebody. I like how he came back and didn't run either, and he was like, we're fighting this one out, bud. I need to get something or figure out a way to raid the Assault Ornithopter's storage faster. I was shooting at that time and not even doing damage, apparently, but I need to find a way to raid it faster. Though I think if we'd have killed him again, he would have taken a minute and a half to respawn, which may have given me enough time. What's crazy is we ran into that guy at random and then followed him for a good ways. And like I said, I don't think he knew we were following him. I don't think he knew we were there. You know, one thing the buy in the back of the step is actually good for was what I used it for originally was to jump on him, you know what I mean? When he was mining, it was able to close that gap super easy. The knee charge can do it too, but it's not as accurate. That closes the gap and puts you right on top of them. Good on him for going the defensive route and fighting back. I dug it because he could have easily just gotten in his Ornithopter and dipped at any point in time. He said, hell no, bro. I want the spice that I just got out of that freaking... He said, I did not come all the way out here to do a cave for you to come and just take my shit at the last second because I decided to mine some titanium. I'll be right back. Bren, you're something else, man. You crack me up. Mischievous, the 10 or 20,000 is like 15 volume. You think it's only 2 volume and holds 3,000 water? Am I missing something here? Hold on. All around. Let me know if the mic's coming in all staticky. Sometimes it gets crossed down there. It gets crossed with me down there, and I gotta fix it. Gotta get that MK5 unique deciliter. Oh, MK5, MK6. Holds like 20,000. Oh, it's only 2 volume and holds 3,000 water. Oh, so I mean, I guess with 5 of those, you'd be looking at hitting more water at the same volume. That's a good point. Do I even have that? Let's see. I know I don't have the MK6 version, but the MK5 possibly. No, we haven't even gotten the MK5. That does sound good, though, but I've basically stopped... If you destroyed the Ornithopter's power supply, it could shut down the respawn. If you destroy something on the Ornithopter, I don't remember what it is. Those things are thick, though, with your weapons. Those don't break as easily as bases do. You know what I mean? But yeah, Mischievous, I mean, we're gonna pull off of doing the dew gathering. As soon as we move back into the Haga Basin, we're gonna be setting up these death stills because they're just that freaking good. Also, I think Mischievous is talking about the harvesting trip we did a while ago. He might be backwards in the stream. So he'll be like, he didn't respond to me, but he'll catch it later and be like, oh shit, he did. Yeah, it's like 20 boxes or something on the 4 flasks instead of 4. Oh, I see. That would save some volume on my inventory as well, to be honest. Like, honestly, I don't need 10,000 milliliters of water when I'm out here looking for bases. Alright, well, we pretty well scouted the right side of the map, I think, there. Let's go ahead and cook it over onto the left side, I guess. Let's cook it straight down the middle, actually. We haven't gone down the middle in a while. I've been ignoring this side mainly because this is where, you know, I do all my titanium farming, so I pretty well have this side scouted all the time. But it's been a while since we've gone down there. No bodies? I don't know what you mean by that, gamer. I'm reading old messages here. My bad. Just doing a catch up. Making sure we got it all caught up. Oh, man. One of these days, we're going to get hit by one of those. Jeez. He was in the kitchen and you're caught up now. Nah, you're good. You're good. That happened the other day and the person never caught up. I felt bad. Oh shit, we gotta watch out for this. Oh, actually, I thought it was a bug. I thought it was a bug. The bugs are the Deep Desert Police Department, typically, and thems are people you gotta watch out for. They'll hunt you down and destroy your own ornithopter for no reason other than to do so. Let's see if anybody's decided to pop off and camp out at my titanium and stravidium spot. And then we'll swoop up here as well. Oh, why the person went into the cave body collection. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, I suppose. Like, I don't know. To be honest, if you just need a couple. But I'm like, I'll just fill up an assault. If I need bodies, every time I've needed bodies, I've just filled up an assault ornithopter. Look at this guy. It's another assault ornithopter, isn't it? It is. Every time I've needed bodies, I've just... Is he gonna land? He did. We got some more PvP. Oh my gosh, blocked by the rock. Rock blocked. I don't know how the knee strike works, but we have the knee strike actually activated now, which might help. He landed, didn't he? Oh, we're on a lab. No way he landed an assault ornithopter to go do a lab. There's no way he landed an assault. Do I have to aim the knee charge? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he wasn't in an assault. Let's go see. Also, if I hold it, does it stay or is it an insta cast? Nope, I'm not looking to do PvE right now, fellas. I'm looking for bases and or somebody, but ain't nobody come down here. Man, I knew it didn't make sense for an assault ornithopter to roll down here. That's super weird. I haven't the slightest idea what happened there. It was an assault, I'm for sure of it. It must have just not landed, and it must have just taken off. I must have misread what happened after I peeked it, after I went over the hill. He could have maybe also been dropping some... Oh no, because if he was dropping somebody off, somebody would have been there. Did they disassemble it? I doubt it, because somebody would have Who the hell would go through the process of carrying an assault ornithopter around just to disassemble it before you go into a lab? That's crazy. That is just crazy talk. If he was doing that, he's a frickin' madman. And then he wasn't even partaking in the lab, so he wasn't doing the lab. Man, I'd be lying if I said I was not the least bit surprised that nobody's building out here. I fully anticipated this. I expected it to happen sooner. Like, every time we run into a base out here, I'm shocked. Even before the deep desert had its safe zone expanded, I was shocked that people were bothering building out here. I mean, you save yourself a little bit of travel time, sure, but realistically, you're going to have to do a back and forth anyways. It makes a little bit of sense to set up like a 2x1 maybe if you're doing a spice field. And then you could do trips back and forth to the spice field and then trips back and forth from your base to your... But even then, that's like, I don't know. That's about the only scenario it makes sense, because the titanium and stravidium doesn't even spawn fast enough for you to justify having a base on top of it. Exactly what I was going for. Well, let's head west. Guild carrier harvester bases make sense? No. I mean, maybe if it's a big enough guild. I just haven't run into... I mean, the big spice blooms are easy enough to harvest by hand. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be less risky for a guild to just go harvest it by hand. They might get more by by sand crawler. That's possible. So that, I guess, would make a little bit of sense, but... No, they need to, like, I think... I don't know, man. I don't know what would incentivize building in the deep desert PvP zone for me. Like, what would make me want to do it? I can't really name anything that would. When the safe zone was 10,000 meters that way, having a little bit of a forward operating base just to store spice in for the time that you're harvesting spice, but it's just going to get abandoned when you're done, that makes sense. But, like, setting up a base out here, that makes no sense. That's just like asking to lose progress. Son of a bitch, dude. It's just one of these control points. Man, I thought that was a base for sure. That sucks. This is probably where everybody's at. Fighting on the spice field is boring. Maybe with a ornithopter with rockets, but I don't. That's like the least engaging PvP, in my opinion. So I try to stay away from that. I'll get down on the ground combat all day, bro. Win or lose, that shit's fun. Like that fight earlier was fun. I swear my vision swapped shoulders midway through and just was stuck that way. I couldn't get it to swap back. But that might just be me tripping. Might be tripping. We did see that carrier ornithopter earlier, but it doesn't look like they're even hitting this. Nobody's hitting this thing. G3, this is where we ran into that one base. Hold on, let's do a nice thorough check of this island, though. You guys hear that? Is that my machine making the whistling and I think somebody's like following me, bro, and it's just got me tripping? Great. Just want to double and triple check, make sure. Oh, we got fights, we got fights. That might be rocket fights, I'd prefer it wasn't. Let's just keep an eye on that. It's a lot lighter than the decaliters in terms of the voltage. Yeah, no, you're right. And the V stands for volume, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, you're right, 100%. And it maths out to where you're getting like a good chunk more. That was a fucking terrible shot. Come to me! Bang, bang, bang! Come on, you know you want some? This fucking sniper is slow. Maybe we swap to the cope? That's too far. We need to get the rocket launcher though, for real, don't we? Like, this guy is flying at me, bro. Yes, sir. You're lucky we don't have the rocket launcher, bro. We be coming for that ass. Oh, that was it, bro. Yeah, we'll be swapping to the rocket launcher eventually. After this week, we're going to have a bunch of plastinium built up to where we can basically do whatever we want with that gear-wise. We should be able to build ourselves a nice tier 6 set, including weapons and stuff, so that's kind of the plan. We've also got the las gun, which I don't know if they're ever going to fix that, but we might eventually do the Mentat questing off stream or something, so we can set the power up to do the switch to the flamethrower when the shields went back up. Yeah, on that one raid, right. So I was testing out the flamethrower on the generators. It actually does damage, like, decent. But to be honest, the flamethrower is not good for raiding. The ranged weapons don't push you back when they fire. Not sure what you mean, OMC. The ranged weapons don't push you back when they fire. Oh, like the ranged weapons fire. Push you back, what do you mean? In the ornithopter? Surely this is going to be the island where we catch somebody slipping. For every action, there is an equal, so while you are flying midair with a suspensor belt and fire a gun, shouldn't you get some counter force backwards? Oh. I mean, like, if you're talking in real life, sure. I don't know if that's how it's developed in the game. Like, that makes sense on a logistical level, but whether or not they've coded it into the game like that, I doubt it. I'm pretty sure I've seen pictures of or videos of the people flying around in the air while shooting the rocket launchers, and they're not getting any sort of pushback. I can't say for certain, though, that they're not getting any sort of, like, decrease in momentum, even if it's, like, even if it doesn't shoot them back, it might, like, decrease their momentum, possibly. I don't know. That's all safe zone. Yeah, flamethrower is not good for knocking down anything, really, but we did some more testing on different weapons to knock, like, generators. It seems to be that the weapons that do high damage per shot knock the walls really well, but we have an SMG that shoots heavy darts, which should technically break a wall faster than my cope, but I'm almost positive that it's slower. But when it comes to things like generators, that SMG that shoots heavy darts shreds them. I just wish there was more land for me to look for, which would potentially also give people more opportunities and more opportunities to find a spot to build. Because right now it's like if you build on one of the pieces of land, there's only like 40 pieces of land in the entire deep desert. So realistically, you're gonna get found. But if there was like 200 pieces of land in the deep desert, somebody could technically, fuck, that's a storm, bro. Somebody could technically be looking for hours and still never find your base. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get a warning for this storm, so it looks like it might be coming in far south side and heading straight north. I don't know, man. We haven't found a base anyway, so it really doesn't matter.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Damn. Those pocket bases where it's on the northern facing side has enough top rock to camouflage the base without using a shield in the front. You're right, there are actually, that's why I try to stay low when I'm searching these, because there's actually a few little, there's actually a few islands with some pockets in there that you can, like right there, somebody could put a little 1x1 and just flying over, I'd never see it. You're right. There still should be some more land, though. Oh, that storm is going to swoop right on through. Brutal. What's the exploit people use in the VP zone with the shield cube? What's that about? In the PvP zone? I'm not 100% sure how it works, but essentially each 1x1 tile of the Penta shield, I'm gonna fly towards my base because we don't have any bases scouted, so there's no reason for me to go be out in the wilderness on this. Let's go fly towards my base. Each 1x1 tile of the Penta shield has 3,500 health, and if you have a 2x1, that whole wall, that whole door now has 7,000 health. Well, you can just continue that onwards and onwards. So if you have a 10x10, that one side now has 350,000 health because there are 100 1x1 tiles in there. And basically, that makes the base incredibly hard to raid. Yeah, I would look up the box Penta shield on YouTube. That's a good shot. He should be able to read the chat on the screen, but I'm not sure how easy that is. But like I was saying, essentially it makes the base impossible to raid because of the amount of health that the Penta shield has. And people are sinking their foundations, and basically you do like a ghost wall in order to get the bases connected to each other. You can damage it, but you have to shoot it right here in the corner. You can damage the wall, so it's still technically raidable, but you have to shoot it right here. And it's gonna have 350,000 health. So my base shield just went down, right? See if their checks are working. Are you playing solo? Yeah, we're solo. I'm like 99% sure this isn't gonna damage his wall at all. Nope. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Nice. Yeah, we play solo for now. We may eventually end up swapping over to playing with a guild when they do the server swaps or something, or maybe if they do ever like a fresh start server, we may like roll out with a guild on that or something, but that's all like future down the road stuff. We're gonna really kind of wait out and see I was excited for the guild versus guild PvP, but the guild versus guild PvP doesn't take place on the scale that you think it would, or that like they led you to think it would, right? So at least not currently. We'll kind of see. But yeah, currently we're rocking it solo. The solo grind. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Oh, we've literally searched just about every piece of freaking land in this deep desert. Let's take a look at the map and see if there's anything that we've missed. We came up here, searched both of these, and then went up here and searched this, correct? And then we shot down this way. And then up, and then down, and then hit up all of that, and then came back this way. I don't know what that marker is. That might have been something to do with where the storm was. I don't know. Where the hell am I? E7's empty. F7. They need to come out with server transfers because I keep hearing stories of people having guilds built out in the deep desert, but I literally have not seen one guild base yet. And the deep desert police department is like pretty heavy out here, but even those guys just set up forward operating bases where they can restock their ornithopters. Jeez Louise, did this island just have it filled up. Damn, look at these guys, bro. These guys ain't playing around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Jeez, dude. Man, these guys too. I hear good things about these cisterns if you get enough of them set up. In my head, I'm like, there's no way that covers actually, I like what these guys have going on with their base here. I like how they did that. It's nice. There's gotta be like a guild or something out here, bro. Hey, cute base. Oh, you got nothing to say, huh? went south, son of a bitch. We've had so much fun base raiding, I'm like gutted that they've basically killed it, and I'm like, damn. Am I gonna have to like install Rust again, bro, to scratch my itch here? Base raiding in Rust is a pain in the ass, and I'm not that good at that game. We're novice Rust players. Well, good news is the Deep Desert Police Department seems to have come back. At the beginning of the week, they were refusing to play, and I was like, Deep Desert is dead if they're gone. Those are about the only people keeping the fight out here. Look, this is like a little nook that somebody could be hiding in. Damn, that'd be a nice little spot to tuck up a little tiny base. Or like this. Oh, you probably can't because of that. Oh, right in here? This is where this is where the guy's base was that we were gonna raid. But the storm literally just clipped it. It's brutal. We missed out on a raid there. Who knows what was in there? Somebody else took it. But you could put a little 1x1 in that cave right there. A little 2x2 maybe. Never get caught, dude. Ain't nobody ever gonna find you. I don't know why you would put one there. Faster banking trips for titanium, I suppose. I don't know. I think we're about ready to just slap the storage onto the other ornithopter and just do some titanium mining here. Maybe go hit up the spice field. I forget where it's at. It's all the way over there. We've got about 1,000 melange back at the base, with which I think just gets me. Yeah. The largest refinery. So it'd be nice to like walk out with maybe a couple thousand melange. If I hold a control point... So what I don't understand, it says locate a control point. I found one. I think it means I literally have to scan it. And I can't even control this yet. Is that because... This isn't even in this week's rotation. Why is it out here then? Scan the area? Yeah, so I gotta use one of the probes. Lame. Will this work? Dumb. Why is this isn't even this week's rotation, I'm pretty sure. So why is it out here? Is every house out here regardless? I think you managed to do it. You had to be a specific control point in the current Landsrat, I think. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. So I gotta find one that's actually current. Because that one is like we discovered, that's basically defunct. There's no reason. It's not even in this week's Landsrat at all. So that one will never open up as an actual control point. So it's kind of weird that it's even out here. Appreciate it. Cool. I appreciate it. We'll keep an eye out. I don't really care about the charting the depths quest or whatever that is, but it's been on there for a while. E8 is a place to scan? Alright. I'm not too worried about it. I may also have to... My thought was that it was wanting me to actually scan one with a probe, but it does make sense that it would have to be like an active one. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'll check out E8 here in a little bit after we hit up these islands, I suppose. We've got these over here, which we've already swooped pretty thoroughly. But to be fair, last time we were out here, we were chasing that one guy down, so I wasn't really looking at all of the land. The little holes, looks like that's a bit of a cave right here. Still no base. Nice little crevice for you to slot one in, though. Looks like an actual cave right there. Damn, right here too. You weren't lying. Up here at the edge, there's a lot of crevices to tuck into. Wow, look, here's another cave. That's a really good one right there. Look, this is active. Uncapturable task. Task not revealed. Oh, okay. So maybe it has to be literally active. Damn it all. I just feel like the whole I section, there's no reason for it to just not have any land, dude. But they clearly intentionally leave it barren, which just doesn't make sense. Damn, bro. Oh my gosh, dude, no way. Hold on, I have a stupid ad on my screen. Check this out. It was July 3rd. What was it? No. It was July 2nd. Oh, okay, so it went back up. It hit a new peak after a while. Is this all time? No, it had a 994,000. Damn, I'm looking at Once Human's chart. All-time peak of 231. They just recently came out with that new scenario. It was July 2nd. And it re-peaked at 37,000. Something happened. The servers must have come offline. And it sits around 20,000. I'm convinced that that game is botted by the company itself. And you'll notice something weird that company does with their ads. It's so weird, bro. Like, I'm half convinced. When we were making content on Once Human, I would get, like, an inordinate amount of views from what I'm typically used to getting on my channel. And I was like, oh, cool, we're actually, like, you know, killing it here with, okay, hold up, shit, stick on a Brit, watch out. Oh, they want it, they're coming. They can't handle it, bro. I was getting like an inordinate amount of views on the videos, and I was like, oh, cool. We're like starting to build an audience here. And maybe this is me being a bit conspiratorial, which I tend to do often, but right when I turned from strictly covering the game in a positive manner, which I like to do on this channel. Like, I don't like making videos like Dune Awakening's dying or anything like that. I'm not really into making videos like that. What'd you say, E8? What are we in right now, F? E8. So I like to keep it on the positive side, but, you know, Once Human had some major problems, and I was pointing them out. And first off, in the comments of that video, there was a lot of people who were using, like, very brain-dead takes, in my opinion, in order to defend the major problems that the game was having. And then, after that, just completely dried up the views, anyways, on the videos. I was still getting, like, you know, 6,000, 8,000 views or whatever. But there are some Once Human videos that I had pop off with like 60,000 views. And like I said, it could be me being a bit conspiratorial because we did capitalize a bit on the hype that that game had going on into it. And we had a decent a fair bit of like early guides out for the game. I don't know why I think every time that that's going to be a PvP zone, but it's not. Task isn't revealed. Son of a bitch, dude. I don't feel like hunting down these things. It's stupid. You know, that does make me think, though, if I wonder if anybody built inside of those zones, if they're raidable. I think that's what we're going to do. Because we're not finding any bases inside of the PvP zone. It's been completely cooked. Oh, yeah, what I was getting at, though, is literally once I went negative about that game and pointed it out, they literally cut off what I'm convinced was a bot farm that was view botting YouTube channels. And that's me generalizing it, and maybe something was happening that I didn't realize, because if you watch their advertisements, this is how I originally started my statement here. If you watch the advertisements for their game, they'll be like advertising like random YouTube creators' videos. That, or it's like some really AI slop. This guy's base is in a PvP zone. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of shit we might be able to raid. What the hell is going on here? Somebody raided this, bro. Because he built inside of a PvP zone. So many generators. Oh, it's this PvE zone right here. Oh, I bet I could break that still. I bet I could break that still, whether or not because that's in a PvE zone. His sub-fief might be entirely safe. But you can clearly see somebody broke out whatever he had going on. Pretty sure you can just fly into the control point. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. We'll just start flying through all of them. Somebody looted, somebody raided this base. They even broke up here to see. Shit. See, they can't break this because that's PvE. PvE. Interesting. Half and half. It is half and half, and this clearly got raided. Which kind of answers my question. Can we raid any of the bases that are stupid enough to be half and half in the PvP zone? For this fucking guy. Come on, tell me he's little in there. And if they happen to have their sub-fief in the PvP zone, it's game over. But I'm like curious now too, is it items in the PvP zone, or is it people in the PvP zone? So if I'm in the PvP zone, can I damage it? You know what I mean? Damn, this is a well set up base right here. Yep, zone change. Not surprised. I like what they got going on here. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so like this would be a good test if it was person or item. Because I can stand in the PvP zone and shoot this base. I'm assuming because the sub-fief didn't get broken over there that it's item and not person. Does that make sense? Because the sub-fief and all of the chests and the items from that base are all in the safe zone. Therefore, like, unbreakable. Interesting. Some people put so much effort into their deep desert base. Yeah, this could have easily been what I love and also hate the fact that you can just buy schematics. Like, I love and hate that fact for real. Kurt Anthony, hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing good. I need to get on the Deep Desert Companion and see if it potentially labels all of the PvE and PvP zones. Because if it labels all of the control points inside of the PvE zone. I should possibly be able to help you out, Kurt. This does not tell me control points. Oh, this does. Beautiful. This one's good. That's what that is, right? Where's the fucking... There's no key for this map? You're just gonna throw symbols on here. Oh my god, you can search it all the way down to the nodes with this thing. Can you see the land masses? It's not loading in anymore. A land's red control point. Oh, I can see the control points here. This is big. This is big. CD. There's a lot of control points out here. You need to find some gear that will at least make your grind a bit easier. You're still running with entry-level gear, but already grinding for an MK5 or an Ornithopter. Where can I find some good enough gear to start the high-level grinds? That's a good question. So I'm guessing that you're currently in steel, or are you in aluminum? I would go into your unique recipes and see if there's any... Like, cool's right. Like, that's a pretty straightforward answer. Is if you just went with, Where's Light Sentinel set? Oh, it's a unique. Well, I mean, realistically, you could just go with probably some regular duraluminum. You'd probably want to do whichever one of these gives you bullet mitigation, especially if you're still doing PvE, because in PvE, you're getting shot at more. And even aluminum, the same thing kind of goes. You'd want to get the stuff that helps with... This is all blade mitigation. Oh yeah, you'd want to get the heavy armor because you want to do the dart mitigation for sure. That's what I do. That's what I did for the longest time as well, Bren. You're in aluminum, so I would go into your aluminum and look for any sort of weapon that could possibly help you out. And if you don't have one in here, what I was doing in the aluminum tier is exactly what Bren was doing. And I was just using a spit dart, which is kind of a pain in the ass, but it works. If you have any of the Swordmaster class unlocked, melee and a shield versus PvE is like pretty strong. So that might be something you want to look into as well, is using like a rapier, because melee versus PvE is pretty strong. I prefer the guns versus PvE, but like it's undoubtable, or it's undeniable how good it is, the blades against PvE, because you don't have to lose your shield from shooting. You can just sword them down. I would for sure swap off of that as quickly as possible, and you could even swap into a still suit and be fine. But if you're getting wrecked, you could honestly just swap into the still suit and be fine. But if you're still getting wrecked, shield, blade, or heavy armor and sniper, you know what I mean? Poison Mist after you lost your spark sword. Poison Mist is good. In that case, I wouldn't even worry too much about gear. Maybe get like dart mitigating gear, and then just craft the highest level shield that you can craft. Like if you can manage to craft the Holtzman MK5, that'd go a pretty long ways. But honestly, it all comes down to your weapon. Like once you start slapping with the weapon, That's... Let me double check the time on that. I believe that's in an hour and a half. Yeah, that's an hour and a half from now. We got an hour and a half until the downtime. Was that one of those PvE surface bases? Was crouched and sniping someone? It's too good. Go do quests until you get the Thurfier Sniper. Oh, that's a really good one as well. The Thurfier Sniper is something that you can pick up from one of the outposts. It's the outposts that's west of my Dugap base, south of the frickin' aluminum ore mining area. But even the Poison Mist melee weapon with a good shield and some dart mitigating armor should carry you through the PvE that you need to. Yeah, really, honestly, it comes down to weapons. When I came out to the deep desert and did some PvE and I got the cope for the first time, it was a game changer, an absolute game changer. So yeah, give me a minute. I'll be right back. You're good. You're good on the caps. I don't mind. Alright, we are going to scour all of the control points. We're in E8, there's one in D9, and there's one in C7. We're gonna scour all of these control points. Because there's no raids. This would be a good video, actually, if we managed to find a raid in one of these spots. It'd be another PSA style video. We killing people today? We got one, and then he spawned back and got me back. So we've had one good fight today. We're looking for raids. We're having a hard time finding raids. There's absolutely zero bases inside of the PvP zone. We've just recently learned of the mechanic where these technically are PvP zone pockets that people can build close enough to that could end up screwing them. So, and you know, my server's filled with some non-thinkers, bro. So let's go ahead and see if we can find some people that are dumb enough to build close enough to these PvP zones, because they will get raided. What's the best weapon to get through bases with? Walls and stuff. To get through the walls, it's whatever weapon is gonna output the highest damage per shot. It's realistically damage per shot. Also kind of rate of fire. So if you take a look at this, the Cope pistol here does 306 damage per shot and 83 rounds per minute. But this 5-finger triple shot does 271 at 120. And this actually outputs higher damage to the walls than the Cope. Faster anyways. I break a wall faster with this. But when it comes to like the generators and stuff, I've found that it's less, what is this guy's base? What's funny is you can do that and not even have to worry about it, bro. Nobody could even break into your chests. They might get tore up by the storm. Let's figure out where this thing's at. Look at this guy. This guy looks like he's based up right next to it. Oh, it's over here. Never mind. He's close, bro. He's really, really, really close, dude. If we can manage to get a raid like this, it'd be an excellent video as like a PSA. Like, hey, don't build too close to these, because my ass is going to raid you still. Yep, there's the zone change, so he's just on the outside of it. Would you please? Yeah, right on the other side of that mountain. Nice. This one already cooked, or is it just completely shut down for the week? It doesn't look like it's here. Oh no, it's already cooked. Alright, where's the next spot? Cope pistol does really good. It does, but honestly, any weapon that does... You could even use, realistically, you could even use... Oh, you could even use the snub nose here that does 130, but it's going to take a while. You know, you're probably going to break only one wall with this, and then maybe the sub fief. So actually, you'd want to take the spit dart at that point, because that does 149 at 77. But something like this, which you might think does more because of the 600 rounds per minute, actually doesn't. I have an SMG that shoots heavy darts, and it still, like, barely damages the walls. The walls seem to be damaged per shot, but that same SMG, like, absolutely shreds through generators and stuff, so it's a little bit different with... Alright, we're in E, so we need to go all the way down to C7. I think we have this unlocked. After C7, where are we going? And then it's C5. There's two of them over on C5. C5, then D4, then D3. There's a lot over on the left side here. We can only hope that somebody's dumb enough to actually build in the PvP zone, but I wouldn't think that they would be. But I wouldn't think somebody would be dumb enough to build in the PvP zone of the deep desert, and they still do that every week, so... I think for sure we'll end up getting new vehicles in the future. Just kind of depends on what direction they end up taking the game. Currently, like, tanks wouldn't function properly in the game because you can't have ground combat yet. Not in any, like, sort of realistic sense. But yeah, I fully anticipate new vehicles coming in. Where's this thing at? I on C7, correct? Yes. It's like on the bottom side down here. Actually, since we're here, we might as well check and see if this can count. So this is one, and it's one that is currently active, and it's not even completed. So I've located a control point. I think you have to literally scan the map. Imagine how fun PvP wars would be with wildlife in the game. I mean, I don't really think wildlife being in the game is going to make that much of a difference. I don't think wildlife being in the game is going to make much of a difference when it comes to PvP or PvE either. Like, that's not adding PvE to the game, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we have a deer that you can shoot now. Like, is that what they mean by wildlife? But we'll see. Yeah, PvP Guild Wars, but what's that have to... Oh, right, PvP Guild Wars would be fun. Those are two separate statements that you made there, right, yeah. PvP Guild Wars would be fun, but there's no area to facilitate a PvP Guild War. And even currently as the game sits where they expected PvP Guild Wars to be happening in the deep desert, it's just still not realistic. And then, yeah, they need to add wildlife into the game. They should have added a wildlife into the game to begin with. It might have stepped on a few Loreheads fans, or Loreheads toes, but they can get over it, you know what I mean? I think they should have done more with the PvE in the game as well, which again would have upset the Lorehounds, but they can get over it. No, you're good, you're good. I was just reading it as one statement, and I was like, I don't know what the hell wildlife has to do with PvP, but wildlife isn't even going to help the PvE, bro. Oh, we added some birds, and we added some deer. Wow. We added little baby worms that you have to fight off. That's something. That would be something. I don't think they'll ever do that. If they're saying like we're adding wildlife for extra atmosphere, like the atmosphere was the problem with the game and not the lack of PvE, then they are more out of touch than I was giving them credit for. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, their whole "we're gonna add wildlife to the game" statement seemed like it was a statement made to somewhat pacify the people who were complaining about the lack of PvE. Like, oh, we're gonna add wildlife that you can fight. The water DLC is they add growing. Oh my gosh. What has me wondering about the water DLC is how, or they add growing crows as an option. I'm trying to piece together that. You must be on a phone or something. Growing crops. Oh. What sort of crops would you even need to grow? You know what I mean? But yeah, I could see. I would like that's typical in your survival games, is to have some sort of like farming system, so that would be nice to see added into the game. But I just don't know what use case it has. Oh. This guy's a dumbass, bro. This base isn't safe. If this base was in a PvP... Oh, he wasn't trying to make it safe, sorry. I thought that was a whole cube of the pentashields. Never mind, sorry. Then it's D3, but that's on a PvP ship. And then up to E2. But there's also 2 in C3. So let's do C3 and then up to D3. Oh, well, it looks like most people are smart enough to not build inside of the PvP zone next to these, you know what I mean? I was getting sniped at for real. That's hilarious. If these guys are outside of the PvP zone, can they shoot at people in the PvP zone and have it register? Like, not worried about the ornithopter, but like, my body. Because I've heard of people putting out bases like next to a spice field. Oh, got you. Okay. I'm like, damn, I was getting sniped at while I was up there and I just completely missed it, dude. Damn. Yeah, growing crops would work if they added something like some more spice recipes for you to craft spice stuff with, but those are like minute details of the game when there's like some actual big things that need to be addressed. Like the lack of PvE endgame, or the lack of like PvE diversity, or the lack of any like real sort of direction with what they're doing with the PvP. A lack of like any sort of real balance with the PvP for that matter. So it's like growing crops or balance the game. I would hope that they choose balance the game, but growing crops, adding in like a new PvE experience where you do an end game boss of sorts. There should be 2 of them out here. I just don't know where. Oh, there's one. Should be one more somewhere. There it is. Not a base in sight. Smart thinking, everybody. Good job. You know, I was like, this server that I'm on here has got a lot of non-thinkers on it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we find a base inside of one of these zones. And I mean, we did, but that one already got raided. Let's go ahead, back onto the map here. We're going up to D3 and then E2. And that's it. D3 is located, this one right here is located like on a PvP ship. So I don't think you can build on these anyways. These are locked off. $8 o'clock UTC, if I'm not mistaken. There it is, there it is, there it is. I'm like, it shouldn't be this far into D3. If I'm not mistaken, that is literally an hour and 5 minutes from now, but it keeps spamming this notification, which has me concerned. I don't want to be flying over the deep desert as this thing cuts off. We've got 5 minutes here. Let's go ahead. Okay, cool. This is here. Bing. There's another one over on E2. I like it. I like it. Get your generators down there. Your stuff up here. Some more wind trap or wind stuff up front. I like it. We're going to hang up here for 4 minutes just to make sure that the server doesn't shut down while I'm flying over, because I believe we got an hour and 4 minutes left. Let me double check the map. Yep, it's located on E2. Somewhere up in there, that's where we'll check. That's the last safe zone control point, the last possible opportunity we have to have some poor sap built in the wrong spot. But that's all right. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, hey, at least nobody was dumb enough to build on a control point, except for that idiot over there who clearly got some of his base broken. So I'll be right back. Oh dear. 60 more seconds. Damn, you can't even climb up these walls? That's irritating. Okay, well. I suppose 60 more seconds, because sometimes it's like the server's supposed to be off and then it shuts off a couple minutes later, right? Let's hold off just a second here. Worth playing. Balance is hard though. Skills are def PvE or PvP heavy. PvE players aren't. Min max for PvP almost need an auto build swap when entering PvP. That's such a good point, Gamer49. An auto build or like some quick swaps in having like.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't know why I got excited. It's 101. I don't think the servers are gonna shut down. We got 59 more minutes. It's a good point. The PvE is not kitted to be even fighting PvP. That's why they shouldn't be running the PvP. And they basically, God, it's so irritating how they balance it. They basically facilitate grieving in PvP and make that the only way to have actual reward from PvP. The only reward you can get from PvP is if you grieve somebody while they're farming, and then you break their stuff and take their stuff. Discord says 1 hour, good. That's what I figured. I was just making sure. There's a control point out here somewhere. I closed the map I'm using, so I was anticipating just being able to find it, but the sandstorm's coming, so I want to find it faster.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
E2. It's like right on the south side of E2. There it is. Not a base in sight. Damn. I mean, this one's close, but not close enough.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm assuming because I don't see it, it's coming from this way. So let's ride the islands up into the PvP zone up this way, because presumably it's coming from that direction. 100 hours in, you just finished your chopper, a bit bored of the game though. That's fair, Pascal. The PvE is not going to get much better if I'm being honest with you either. It's very redundant, doesn't change much. The game was very much so built around this guild versus guild deep desert PvP, but they did not balance that properly. They didn't incentivize that properly either, like I was saying before. They basically incentivize griefing rather than actual PvP. Does late game get more exciting? Depends. Are you into PvP or are you into PvE? If you're into PvE, no. The late game gets less exciting. And that's just the unfortunate truth, bro. It really is. The late game gets less exciting. It's the same PvE that you've already been doing, just now it's a bullet sponge. And it's unfortunate. And you can kind of just kite it around even as a solo. Yeah, you struggle with it as a solo, but there's no real end game. You're more for the PvE? Yeah, well then this end game loop that they currently have just isn't it. There's no real end game goal for PvE players, to be honest. That being said, if you just now got to your Ornithopter, there's still tons of content to do that you should have to do inside of the Haga Basin, and Arakeen and Harko, from the classes and the quests and stuff like that. There should still be a good chunk of content out there. But when it comes to like the actual end game, it's just not it. Will it ever get better? I hope so. I think very soon the end game will shift. It'll be a hard shift from a PvP focus to a PvE focus, and that's when I think you'll start to see actual changes for the better when it comes to like what you can do in this game.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You put 900 hours into Conan this year, best game you ever played. Well, and if you enjoy that, like Dune's a decent game for you. That's for sure. Dune fits that slot pretty well. They just need to dial in the end game PvE loop. The base does have a lot of potential, George.
Sector weather
Jordson.
alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No, the base of the game has a lot of potential. The PvP, I think, could have easily been fixed. They just don't know what they're doing, and the PvE could have also easily been fixed, but they would have had to step on some loreheads' toes to do that. No, you're right, George. You're right, yeah. It's a solid base for a game. It's a very solid base. Very solid. I just anticipate them abandoning PvP sooner rather than later, which is unfortunate. In the PvP side of things, they should incentivize PvE players to fight back. And they should incentivize PvP players to fight other PvP players. And the easy way to do that is to make it to where if you're flagged up for PvP, if you attack somebody, if I'm a PvPer and I see somebody out here farming resources and I attack them, I become skulled. And when I'm skulled, I lose all of my gear except for 3 pieces that I decided to keep. So that way, if the PvE player decides to fight back, he gets my gear. He gets a come up, you know what I mean? It incentivizes them to fight back. And it also incentivizes another PvPer who sees that I skulled up to say, hey, I should be able to easy get this guy's gear, right? And now you have PvPers fighting each other for their gear. So. But that's just me, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way I feel about it. A lot of missed opportunities. And I say missed opportunities because I don't ever anticipate them figuring stuff like that out. Or figuring the balance of PvP out, unfortunately. And that's mainly because no game nowadays is very good at balancing the risk versus reward in PvP. And the majority of players are PvE focused, so as soon as you start to cater to any sort of hardcore level of PvP, you immediately annihilate an entire group of PvEers who just refuse to dive into any form of PvP, you know what I mean? So...
Sector weather alert.
yeah, we gotta get this thing landed here. I mean, this would be a nice little spot to tuck a base in. Why can't we just stumble upon a base down here, you know? But even if they did manage to balance the incentives for the PvP, making it to where the risk versus reward actually worked out and was really good, we're still lacking base PvE in the game. Like a base, solid, fundamental PvE in the game. To me, it's like I'm almost positive PvE was a side part of their development. It was something that they half developed, not really caring about. They developed the PvE in the beginning of the game explicitly with keeping in mind explicitly that people are going to be here in the deep desert experiencing PvP endgame loop. Because the PvE in this game is almost like Rust-esque in the sense of it's the same stuff over and over and over, you know what I mean? What I do is farm PvP areas during early morning hours with the older crowd after drinkers go to bed, and then build bases when they killing spree in the evening. How do you go about raiding? What weapons do you use? We use the Cope pistol and or this triple shot sniper rifle we've been using recently. But any weapon that basically when you're looking to break a wall, you want to use any weapon that has a high damage per shot. You do want to keep an eye on the rounds per minute, but really it comes down to damage per shot. And then after that, Happy, basically you just have to wait for a storm to hit. And if a storm hits the sector where the base you're trying to raid is in, the base's shields will go down for 6 minutes. and you'll have 6 minutes to break into the base, and you'll have 6 minutes to break into the base and try to break the base's generators or the base's subfief so you can take full control of it. If you break the base's generators, its shield will basically never power back on, so you have all day to damage it. And if you oh, so you already know what's up. So there's a las gun. You could use the las gun, but that requires a bit of a setup where you need to use the mentat ability, the source of power. This makes it to where you can basically constantly shoot the las gun without having to reload, and it just like melts walls. So if you have a las gun and you have the capability of unlocking source of power, that could be a potential go-to for raiding. They really need to make all bases raidable during certain hours, like V Rising. That was scary, intense. Give us defense. They need to add defense buildings before they do anything to make raiding any extra. They need to add something that people can defend their bases with, like a turret or something. IMDb, how are you? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Well, we haven't managed to find any bases tonight, but the week is not over yet. We could eventually, potentially run into one. Hopefully the deep desert picks up on my server, bro, or otherwise I'm going to be waiting on pins and needles for them to drop the server swap function, because this server's deep desert is cooked, bro. It's in the BP cycle for this week, yeah, so you can actually pick up the las guns, one of the las gun schematics. There's another one you can get from, like, questing. I'm not 100% sure. There's another one that you can get that everyone has access to. They just have to do a quest and I think turn in a tier 6 cutter ray or something like that in order to get it. I don't know how ARC transfers work, but from what we know, they are planning on implementing some sort of server transfers into the game. What that's going to look like, I have no idea. But to be honest, this server's deep desert just feels super dead. Even the deep desert police department, these guys I was convinced quit this week because they were all the way at number 5. They've never been at number 5. They've always been a top contributor. And then this week, the week after the deep desert changes, they were at number 5 for a long time. They've come back. Your deep desert had 3 Zergs in it and all the time. See, that's what I'm saying. I need to find a deep desert with some Zergs in it. Some Zergs, or at least like a guild, so we can try and infiltrate and raid a guild's base. You know what I'm saying? Even if just for the sake of destruction. Picture infiltrating a guild's base in some way, shape, or form. Breaking into where their sub-fief is, and then, because once you have the sub-fief down, you could just demolish everything. And as a solo, you wouldn't be able to loot that entire base without getting caught, but you might be able to break a lot of it. So for nothing but the sake of causing destruction, I would be breaking that base. Would be fun. Another system is you drop 3 most valued items. Better kit you have, the better high value drops you prepare. Yeah, the thing with that, gamer, is like, that works for RuneScape, where the items actually have like an intrinsic and value tied to the grand exchange. For games like this, it's hard to like put a monetary value behind, or like a coin value behind the item, which is why the way I work it out inside of Dune is I let people select which 3 items they want to protect. So it serves kind of the same function as RuneScape's like protect system in the wilderness, but it gives people the choice. 45 minutes to go until the downtime, which is scheduled to last an hour. We're gonna take this thing out. Go do a couple titanium trips, maybe a couple stravidium trips. What do you lose as it stands? Nothing, IMDb. The PvP fight that we got into where the guy was shooting the rocket launcher at us, so he obviously had rocket ammo. You want to know what we got when we killed that guy? 4 vehicle fuel cells. You want to know what somebody will get if they kill me right now? This fuel cell and this plant fiber. Basically killing PvP versus PvP. The only sort of incentive that you can get from PvP is if you go and fight somebody who's gathering resources. So the only PvP that the game actually encourages is griefing, which is why it's in such an unhealthy state. They need to encourage PvP versus PvP, 2 consenting fighters, and then they need to encourage the PvE players to fight back. It's such a simple concept where RuneScape figured it out years ago. I heard Tibia Online figured it out years ago. What was it? Lineage, Camelot. There's a few games that have the PvP system figured out. And for some reason, every game just implements like a World of Warcraft style, no risk PvP. It is crazy, IMDb. It is. It conflicts with the permit system, though, exchanging equipment. What conflicts with the permit system? Really nothing unless you can't pick up your ornithopter. You're right. So yeah, if somebody breaks my ornithopter, that I risk. So if I can't pick up my ornithopter and it has a storage full, then I'm a bit screwed. But we saw earlier I got in the fight with that guy who was mining this stuff, and I couldn't break into his storage before he was able to respawn. Granted, he was on an assault ornithopter. It might be a little bit different. And that was a 1v1 and I'm shooting a gun. If I had a rocket, that might have helped, but... Do people tend to build in the PvP zone? You still don't fully understand how someone's base gets destroyed? What's the reason for building bases in a zone where it might get aimed? No, it's not a stupid question. What's stupid is that people are actually deciding to build out in this zone, because I agree. Do people tend to build in the PvP zone? They shouldn't. But yes, I run into several every single week, and I'm even on a pretty dead deep desert server. And I still run into several every week. Granted, this is the very first week with the new deep desert changes, and it has drastically cut the bases down that we run into out here by a lot. By a lot. IMDb, we actually had somebody watch. We raided somebody and posted the video, and somebody commented that that was their base. And I did not believe them at first, but it 100% was their base. They came in live and confirmed what server they were on. Is there a way that they found what server I'm on by, like, when I'm on the map or something, when it says or whatever? Is that possible? Sure. But I'm convinced that I actually did raid his base, which just the chances of him watching my video of the base, of his base getting raided, are astronomical. I was laughing so hard. But yeah, George, people should not be building inside of the PvP zone. Very dumb. If you see somebody build in the PvP zone, you take that loot for yourself. You transport it back to the safe zone where it belongs. I think it's more complicated than that, really. First, they need to make use of faction in some weird way. You can only fight people in the other faction, and more important, I think that would be one thing that did facilitate a bit healthier PvP filter. You're right. If they had like faction-based combat, I think that would end up leading to like one faction dominating the whole deep desert, to where. But in that same sense, even on my server where there's like one faction who dominates the Landsrat each month, there's a separate faction that dominates the deep desert. So it's like, it could potentially be split. Somebody looted up over here. Somebody's been smashing these down. Give me a second. I'll read your second comment here. Okay, this las gun, or this fucking cutter ray is not working. Make people earn point for killing people, and with that point you should be able to extra skill, only accessible on this way. Simple thing. I don't know. Adding a reward like that, I think, would just alienate the PvE audience even more. If it was like, oh, you can only get this skill from PvP, especially if it was like a PvP skill, and also people would just cheese it at that point in time and just start feeding it to each other by letting them get the kill to get the skill, you know what I mean? That's kind of, I don't think that would work. I think it's literally as simple as incentivizing the PvE players to fight back, and more importantly, incentivizing the PvP players to fight each other. Because right now, currently as it sits, I'm de-incentivized to go fight another PvP player, because all I'm going to get from that PvP player is some vehicle fuel cells. So I'm incentivized to go grieve a PvE player. Whereas if I was able to go and get at least some of their gear, that would give me the incentive to fight another PvP player. And it would also make it to where if I attacked somebody, if that meant that I was going to be skulled, and I was going to be skulled for, let's say, like 30 minutes, and if I died within that 30 minutes, I lose all but 3 items, that would make me a lot more selective on what fights I decided to take and what people I decided to fight in the first place. Assault Ornithopter has 1250 health, where the normal one is like 800. I'm not sure what you're getting at there with Happy. Update got pushed back. Now it's 9 UTC. Wow, so it's pushed back 1 hour. They just added another hour to their update. FYI, people can still dupe. Literally just found that out without doing anything. Oh, good. Great. Brilliant. What blueprint do you get when you finish the 8th trial? Oh god, oh yeah, you get the stupid, oh my god. You get a blueprint that you'll never ever use in your entire life. I've never seen this thing used ever. I don't know why you would use it. You'd only use it if you were like stuck in a sandstorm, but I could go literally sit in the corner of a cave and not have to worry about it. The backpack drop, if it all dropped, that'd be a good point, you know, if it just completely cleared them. But then you would just have people make it to where I would have nothing in my backpack but this, you know? So I'd still be carrying around the bare minimum. There needs to be risk for a PvPer to attack another player. Currently there is no risk. I lose durability or fuel cells. There's no risk. There needs to be risk involved. Dude, somebody mined the shit out of both of these islands. There's supposed to be stravidium here. Absolutely cooked on. You 100% could take their helicopter. I was like, I must have been like shooting an invisible wall or hitting the ground or something. I was trying to break into his storage, but I couldn't break into his storage fast enough before he was able to respawn. It is the tent thingy. You brought your Thopter out of your pocket? Oh, man. Where's the chicken? Gaz, how you doing? Good to see ya. What's the big reward, though? What's the big reward, Solari? No, dude, you need to put risk to every single fight. Any person that I decide to attack, I should be worried that I should be weighing the risk before I attack somebody. That is called risk. I should be weighing the risk versus reward. Right now, there is no risk, so I don't weigh it at all. I just attack somebody. Yeah, you've seen that in games that do PvP wrong. Sorry. I'm super biased, though. I'm super biased. RuneScape's PvP system is the best PvP system. It does an excellent job balancing the risk versus reward when it comes to a player versus player, which is what PvP is meant to be. It's not meant to be a player versus a resource gatherer. It's meant to be player versus player. Two players that are willing participants. Nah, you're good. And you're right. There's a lot of games that implement that strategy. Just to me, it's like, it's another one of those like World of Warcraft-esque style, that almost reminds me of like an Elder Scrolls Online style PvP system where it's like, oh, it's just not it, bro. It's just not it. Not it, bro. I've seen some clips of some full loot PvP inside of this game, and it looks really fun, and it looks like the people who are doing the full loot PvP are a lot more engaged with it and a lot more considering risk versus reward, which literally is the name of the game. Death still is 8? No, it's not. Unless there's 9 trials. Death still is like 7 or something like that. Let me show you a stupid-ass fucking tent. Unless the tent was before that. Where's this dumb tent, bro? Oh, maybe a still tent. I'm almost positive. Primary source, test of AQL. I'm pretty sure this is the 8th one. You might be right. It might be death still, but I don't think so. Tent is 7. Oh, okay. So it's the death still for 8. And that's actually huge, then. So I take back what I said earlier, Kurt. It's the death still for 8. You definitely want to do that. That's like the biggest upgrade. It's a bit wonky because you realistically, they don't become really good to use until you can run either 7 of the regular death stills, which take a lot of bodies to fill, or 4 of the advanced death stills. That's where they kind of meet with each other. Your favorite part of the game is the survivalist as well as the functionality of the base building. The PvP as well as the PvE is bad, though. Luckily, it's still early enough to change. Oh, I couldn't agree more, George. And even though the PvE, this is what I keep saying, the PvE is very redundant. It's very boring. It's seemingly slapped together, and yet I've still played this game for like hundreds of hours, most of which was inside of the Haga Basin, and I enjoyed myself. You know what I'm saying? So imagine where we would be if they actually slapped down some good PvE inside of the game with some real things to kind of work towards endgame-wise. 5 advanced death stills and 2 normal ones. I've mathed it out on a couple times. You use 1400 power for 7 normal death stills, and you get like 175,000 water or something like that. And then you use 1400 power for 4 advanced death stills, and you get 185,000 water per cycle. So it's like right at the 4 advanced death still mark where you start to get more. But then that logic would continue, so you'd have to have 8 advanced death stills. Otherwise, like you're talking with your group, it'd be more advantageous to run a mixture of the both of them. But if you were able to put down 8 advanced death stills, that would beat out 14 of the normal death stills. That's the 7th trial as well. You unlocked the tent and the death still in the 7th trial. I'm pretty sure the death still is the 8th. It's been a long time since we've done the trials, to be honest, so I'm not 100% sure. Death still is 8. Nice. Yeah, death still is a game changer if you can set up a few of them. You gotta have like a few of them set up for it to like actually make a big difference with your water. But we've been running 4 advanced death stills in this week's Deep Desert, and it's literally a game changer. When we move back out into the Haga Basin, I'm for sure setting up death stills. I'm done harvesting water out of the dew. It's ridiculous. Oh, Kurt's out here doing regular old missions thinking it's a part of the trial. I gotcha. Yeah, the game kind of, the way the game's quest system works, you can easily kind of swing in and out of quests without even realizing it, or like head first into a quest without realizing it as well. I'm pretty sure the tracker as well will just, if you start up a quest, the tracker will just like auto start to follow that one. Oops. We raiding? Echo, I wish we were raiding, man. There's fucking nobody out here. Literally nobody's building in the deep desert anymore. They've like thoroughly killed that shit off. What's today? It's Friday. Bro, I mean, like, we're heading into the weekend. This should honestly be like peak for bases to be out there. Oh. Yeah, what sucks is the Coriolis doesn't knock the shield on. I still can't raid any of the bases in the PvE zone with the Coriolis hitting. All of these are still safe. So somebody would have to have a base in the deep desert when that hits. And there's just nobody building in the deep desert anymore. There's no reason to. There's no real reason to. That being said, Echo, this is genuinely the first night where we haven't run into not one single base out in the deep desert. And every other night, I'm like, rating's dead. There's no way we're going to find a base. And then we end up finding one. This is the first night where we actually haven't found one. Is it a sign of things to come? Possibly. Could it just be that it was a slow week? Like, for example, like I keep saying, Deep Desert Police was #1 top contributor for Harkonnen every single week. And they were in the #1 spot all week. Like, from the very start to the very end. Last week is when they did the Deep Desert changes. This week, we come back and the Deep Desert Police is #5, bro. They're not even trying anymore. And I was like, that's it, bro. That was the one guild that was out here in the deep desert. Other than that, I swear the guilds aren't out here. And I was like, they're done. The deep desert on this server is cooked, bro. But as you can see, they're working their way back up. So I don't know if it was like some inner guild turmoil that they eventually worked out or what exactly, but you saw the video of their tapping their foot on and you in the base. You saw that earlier? Yeah. Did you rewind? Goomba stomping with ornithopters. Is that where they end up like squishing you into the ground? Or were they damaging my base? Surely they weren't damaging the base. I'm not sure what you mean by Goomba, unless you're talking about when the ornithopters, I'm not sure if they patched that out or not, where the ornithopters could literally stomp on you and shove you into the ground and basically make you immobile. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the raids. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. We're going to go do another inventory of some titanium. I'll be right back.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
Honestly, Kurt, the amount of support that we've been getting on Dune, both on the live streams and the videos, like we realistically maybe could end up setting up a guild. One thing that would chokehold that is the fact that we've been hitting up these like late night streams, and we've got a lot of people popping in from the Eastern Hemisphere playing on like the EU servers and stuff like that. So it'd be a bit of a region mix up, you know. 32 in a guild, 32. And in any other game, I would say you're nuts if you think that I can manage to organize or pull together that many people. But with Dune, we may actually be able to hit that number. You know what I'm saying? But let me know if that mic's all twisted up because I just hit that. I just moved it all around. Let me know if it's causing any problems. Did they take the spice field out of the middle right here? I'm pretty sure this caused a big problem with the fact that this spice field was right next to the safe zone. And I haven't seen spice spawn there in a long time. Pretty sure they took it out. But yeah, I don't know if it was you that was talking about this earlier in the Discord, but oh, that's another reason why I've never set up a Discord, because I'm like I don't understand it. I don't see why people would join. You know what I mean? Like on the YouTube videos I post, it's one thing, bro, because typically when I post a YouTube video, I'm trying to provide some bit of information, some sort of something, right? Having somebody join a Discord or like even like a live stream like you crazy bastards is like another level entirely of content creation, you know what I mean? Or like drawing a crowd of people. Getting people to sign up for a Discord is just strange in my opinion. Come join my Discord server. We can be a community. I'm like, wow, that's weird, but a lot of people be doing it. South Africa would be great to such a guild base. On the west is asleep, have the east making sure the operations run smoothly. Yeah, that actually would that wouldn't be terrible. The one thing that would kill that is the ping that people would have to suffer. Even you, I'm assuming, I don't know, I don't know if there's South African servers, so I'm assuming you're plugged into like EU or East Coast, like at the max. I would guess. Hey, Kurt Anthony coming in with a sub over on YouTube. I missed it. We appreciate you being here. You're at 120 milliseconds ping on a EU server. That's brutal, and you probably have to deal with that in every game. I've noticed that I've noticed that a lot of people in South Africa are like, "Is there going to be a South African server, please?" Kind of like the poor people in Australia having to deal with massive amounts of ping. That sucks. We used to stream in our Discord. It was so demanding, killed the fun for us. Really? Demanding? Demanding like as to like what game you streamed, or like demanding as to like what you did, or what? I'm like confused by what you mean by demanding. Demanding like time-wise to moderate and stuff, because that's another thing, bro. It's like I don't wanna have to, if I let's say managed to get 3,000 people into a Discord, which would just be an absurd number of people. But like, how's that being moderated, bro? I know I don't have the time to moderate that shit. I don't hardly have the time to post on Discord. Like, in my opinion, it's like, if you want to chat with me, bro, drop a YouTube comment, because I am really, really good at replying to my YouTube comments. It's the best place to do it. I wish YouTube would actually come up with like a pseudo Discord. That'd be smart, actually, if YouTube came out with like a YouTube communities, where it's like I could establish a community, and if you wanted to, you can join, and we can be like on more of a direct line messaging each other rather than you commenting on a random video. But realistically, that's the best way to get a message across to me. Alright, looks like the Stravidium... Oh no, this is the Titanium Island. This is the island I need right here. We need titanium out the ass, bro. Hell yeah. Yeah, PvPing on that ping would be absolutely freaking brutal. I would say practically impossible, especially with the way that the PvP runs on like the melee system and how you have to be like dodging and stuff like that. You could easily get caught out. Gotcha. Damn, I mean, that's almost like a good problem to have, though, you know what I mean? That's almost like a good problem to have, but no, I get you, and especially with the way we've been running these Dune live streams, it's been like fairly constant, and and it definitely takes away from like knocking other stuff out. Like if my kid wasn't on summer break right now, there's a 0 chance that I'd be able to stream this constant. We would have to be pushing it on a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule, and we're actually getting ready to have to shift to that schedule anyways, because I don't know if you've noticed, but we haven't been able to pump out like boatloads of videos either, like how-tos and whatnot. It has a lot to do with the fact that we're going live so often. So yeah, it's a bit of a balance, and I could imagine if the Discord was just constantly up your ass about it, that'd be annoying. Is this game worth it for a PvP player? It depends on what sort of PvP are you into. Are you looking to get into the end game and be flying around on an ornithopter PvP? Or are you looking to, like, get down on some ground combat? Because the ground combat's really good. I really like the ground combat PvP. It's a lot of fun. There's, like, some good counters to it. Unfortunately, the ground combat has kind of devolved to melee and melee only, but that's not necessarily the case, because in the video I posted the other day, the guy was slapping me around with a drill shot, which could have easily ended up killing me because I was out of stamina and I couldn't dodge through him anymore. Granted, those were mistakes that I made and could have easily countered him, and the melee would have taken the dub, but the point still stands. You're coming from Rust. I think if you're coming from Rust, that you're going to run into PvP encounters out inside of the deep desert less than you run into PvP encounters in Rust. And raiding is a million times easier than it is in Rust. However, it's so much more few and far between and restrictive as to, like, the timing in which you can do it and how long you have to do it and what bases you're even to raid, because we've kind of run into the problem where we can't even find a base to raid because nobody builds out in the deep desert because there's no damn reason to. How many hours do you have already, and do you just PvP now? It's hard to explain what I do, bro. Like, I guess I just look for raids as, like, my main gameplay loop right now is farming tier 6 mats and then looking for raids. But I haven't been able to find raids recently, so I've been hunting down anybody I can see and trying to get into some ground combat with them. So, I mean, I guess now I do nothing but PvP, sure. I'm not even fully kitted out. I suppose I could check. I really don't want to check. I'm scared to check, but let's go ahead and see. Jesus Christ. We have 242 hours in Dune. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it. The game's worth it. You might want to wait for it to go on sale, to be honest, because you have to go through a pretty chunky PvE grind to get to the fun PvP, unless, of course, you know, like, a guild or something. But even then, you'd have to do, like, the class questing, and you'd have to level up. It's not like Rust, where everybody's on the same playing field. Like a level 200 versus a level 170, there's going to be a bit of a difference there in skill point allocation and stuff like that. So it's a bit different than Rust in that sense, where you can't just go straight to the PvP. Even if you have a guild to feed you the items to go straight to the PvP, you really can't realistically just jump right in. But honestly, the PvE side of the game is redundant. It's not like the best PvE I've seen in any game, but even with that being said, I've got 242 hours played, and only maybe like 70 of those are out here in the deep desert. So the content that's in the Haga Basin is really good. The lead up to the deep desert is fun. It's a fun grind if you're into survival games. Rust is a survival game that has like a really sped up grind because of the way the server resets work. So like if I compare Rust to like Valheim, you got to put a lot more hours into Valheim to get to the end game than in Rust, and it's kind of similar to Dune. You got to put a lot more hours in to get to the end game. But the ground PvP is really fun. Hopefully they kind of expand on that. I don't have any sort of like faith though that they're going to be able to properly balance the risk versus reward incentive, which just isn't there right now. You're an Aussie and the PvP is a joke, laggy. That's brutal. Yeah, lag in Dune Awakening's PvP is not going to serve you very well. It's just not going to serve you very well. The Arrakeen and Harkonnen, Harko areas, yeah. Yeah, stuff like that is stuff that can come in the future. I wish they would have spent a little bit more time developing the Deep Desert, in my opinion. Maybe like taking a second or even third look at what they're doing with the PvP or what their overall vision with the game was. Because if they put even just the slightest bit of vision into this game, we could have been dealing with a 10 out of 10. They really just flubbed the PvE, and the PvP endgame is not what they expected it to be. So, it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing in the future. How it all ends up playing out. Damn, we still haven't burnt through all of our water. Patrick Starr, howdy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Still not out of water, but incredibly close. That's gonna put us up to basically the amount of plastanium we had before we took it all back to the Haga Basin base, so we're about all caught up here. Resource-wise, 254 total. Actually, we had like 400 and something here, didn't we? Yeah, we took like 400 back. We are low. We're out of bodies, actually. So we will need to do an assault ornithopter run. But I think we just continue on here with the titanium grind. How many days do we have left? 4 days, 2 hours, and 6 minutes. So, I mean, technically, we're only a few days into this. Like I said, though, with it being Friday, you would anticipate this being, like, the peak time for bases to pop up inside of the PvP zone, but they're just not there. They're just not there. That's a lot of stuff to move back on Tuesday. It'll be a piece of cake. It'll be a piece of cake. We did a bit of a midweek trip here where we took all of our resources and 400 of our ingots back to the base. It'll be a couple trips to move all of it, that's for sure, but realistically, this will probably be what's the most pain in the ass, and I might just end up researching all of these, to be honest, just so I don't have to transport them. Let's head on back, fill up again with plastanium, titanium. When does High Elf Knife 2 come out? Q4 of 2025? That's a game that I won't be able to really make like content on. It's not much of like a, that's kind of a story, that's kind of like a linear handheld story game. But I really liked High on Life 1, so we're gonna give High on Life 2 a shot. Though I'm not sure. if the writing's gonna be any good. The first one's writing wasn't too great. When does The Outer Worlds 2 come out? October 29th, 2025. This is like a big-ass RPG, isn't it? Outer Worlds is like a big-ass RPG, kind of like Fallout, almost. Skyrim, almost, I'm thinking. Dude, we have a jam-packed end of year here with like RuneScape Leagues, old school RuneScape Dead Man mode, Borderlands 4. Skate, I think, is coming out this year. We're gonna be diving into Skate, bro. Get down on some Skate. There was that one like Clockwork game that I wanted to try out from the showcase, and then this Outer Worlds 2 looked really good as well. Grand Theft Auto 6, bro. Granted, I might get actually screwed on GTA 6. I'm still not convinced it's going to be a console exclusive. The only way it comes a console exclusive, and I know it hasn't been announced for PlayStation or for PC yet. I'm not going to fucking argue it here. If you want to know my take on the situation, you could go watch the, I think, 4 videos I've made now talking about it. I even argued with Grok for like an hour over the fact. I was like, it just doesn't make financial fucking sense. Say it. I finally got Grok to say, yeah, it doesn't really make financial sense, or at least fucking agree with me a little bit. I feel like the only way it ends up not coming to PC day one is if Sony made a $500 million backroom deal to force console exclusivity. And it wouldn't, that's not out of the question. I'm pretty sure they did that with another one of the GTAs. There was a big backroom deal for exclusivity, and we didn't learn about for years later. So yeah, we might end up getting screwed, because be damned if I'm going to pick up a shitty-ass console just to play GTA. And at that point in time, dude, it's like it gets ruined. The story gets ruined. The experience gets ruined. You don't get the experience with everybody, so I might just fuck off of that game entirely. Jump on when the online mode comes out, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But yeah, if you ask me, it's still coming to PC on day one, even though they haven't announced it. But that's another one. It's not coming 2025 anymore, but that's coming 2026. If there's just 2 there, I don't want to land just for 1, you know, but I guess we're going to have to. We're going to have to start hitting up the single nodes. Come on now. What's weird is I've never been run up on like we ran up on that one guy. I've literally never had somebody just run up on me when I'm mining Stravidium. Or titanium. And we're off. Another successful load. As long as we get it back, I suppose. Did they drop patch notes for this update that's coming out? This update and this downtime seemingly came out of nowhere. I know they dropped patch notes 1.1.1, I think it was, or something like that, yesterday, and it was like a big fat list of patch notes, but I thought that already came out. I thought that already came out because on that list of patch notes was adding the glide, the boost affecting the glide, and that's already in. Not that I've seen on the patch notes for today. Okay. This is like 2 days in a row then where they've thrown down a surprise patch. At least they announced this one. This one has a downtime too. They're probably patching out the duping. Whoever the hell was talking about the duping earlier. And it's still being inside of the game. They're probably patching that out. Just, yeah. Oh, that's what I meant to look up on Steam charts. I meant to see where Dune's at on the Steam charts. And I ended up just looking at Once Human because I was curious as to if the new scenario did any good for him. Not really. Damn, bro. Marvel Rivals, 30-day average of 75. I knew that game would die. Team-based shooters are really redundant, in my opinion. Like, even the Call of Duty multiplayer is so redundant, it's boring. What am I looking up? Damn, bro. Oh, I guess 30-day average of 90. I guess it just opened up, though, didn't it? We got an ad again. Shit. I mean, it's hitting like 90,000 a day. Yeah, that is what I was looking up. I remembered it. It's still hitting like 90,000 a day. It's obviously, you know, slowly going down. I went from 140 a day to 100 a day to 90 a day. So, I mean, it is on the downward slope, but it's not like there's been a very massive, steep fall off that you might have expected from this big, deep desert change and or like all of the duping and exploiting that's been going around. If people start losing their PvE bases en masse, like we were talking about earlier with those cheaters gaining access to changing permissions of sub-fiefs, that might be something that they're dropping these patch notes for as well. You would hope, because if that starts to take place in mass, bro, it will kill this game so quick. Worse than Pal World, because there is no single-player version of this game.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is
Like
approaching.
Pal World, it's like the cheaters were annoying, yes, but they were only annoying on the official servers, bro. You could play your own private game and not have to deal with the cheaters and still get the full experience of what you're dealing with Pal World. But, fuck, dude. We're never gonna find a base again, because you might as well just base this close. We're only a few thousand meters out.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, hey, hey! Look, buddy. I invented that pattern right there, okay, pal? Just because the windows work in that obvious pattern doesn't mean that I wasn't the inventor. Alright, well this will cook all of our water here. Boom. Water gone. We've got 131 stravidium fiber left to work with. And we're going to have to roll back out into the Haga Basin, do a quick body run, fill our salt ornithopter up with bodies, and then I think we're going to be dumping this thing off.
Sector weather alert. A large
And
sandstorm is
just pulling the
approaching.
storage off of it. Because realistically, we could be farming out there with that. There's no reason not to, you know. If we lose the tier 6 wings and the tier 6 engine, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world. But... $18 hours and 29 minutes. Kurt, you crack me up. You crack me up, Kurt. Not that I've seen... Oh yeah, we were looking up on the Dune. Just checking to make sure I didn't lose too many chats. Well, it's too bad. It's too bad no bases inside of the zone. This is another storm tonight that we're just gonna have to watch swing by us without even
Sandstorm is approaching.
without even having a base to go raid. Hopefully this doesn't become the norm, because base raiding has been some of the most fun that I've ever had inside of this game anyways. Some of the best stuff to do. So hopefully this doesn't become too much the norm. Hopefully people start building out here again. And realistically, like I've said before, this is the first night that we've genuinely not run into a raid. Every other night we've at least run into like one, if not multiples. What time is it where I'm at? For us, 2:08 a.m. We've got 52 minutes until the update. 2:08 a.m. We be right in that early, overnight, late night grind. But you know what's funny is I've always been... Most of the jobs that I've worked at as an overnight worker. So this is just like normal. I've always been a bit of an insomniac as well, so... always been a bit of an insomniac as well, so being up at the strange hours is part and parcel. West Coast? Nah, Midwest. Well, I guess West Coast. Not West Coast timeline, nah, Midwest. MST, Mountain Standard Time, I think. MT, Mountain Time, I don't fucking know. Middle Time. Middle of the road time. It stands for Mountain Time is where we're at. But usually when I'm running my time zone for games and whatnot, I factor everything off of East Coast. I factor everything off of East Coast, especially when I'm like covering news for like what time a game is going to release. I typically just default to talking about the East Coast because I find that's the easiest time zone for people to convert from. I feel like most people are used to converting from the Eastern time zone. Like if I said the game's coming out at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, people would be like, what the fuck is 4 p.m. Mountain Time, bro? Yeah, see, you're East Coast, and even like just people roll off of the East Coast of the United States when they're transferring. That's not right. Not transferring. When they're figuring out what time it is where they're at. I lost the word. I feel you, Kurt. I feel you. Alright, well, we got one more hour here. We're out of water. We can no longer cook anything up. I'm assuming that after the downtime, the spice is gonna reset, but I'm also pretty positive that they've gotten rid of this spice field that was right inside of the safe zone. I'm pretty sure there was one right here, and they made it stop spawning, and they actually added in one up on the far left side of the map. So I'm pretty sure they knocked that one out. So the spice that we have to get is out in this direction and or way out in that direction. So we still got some spice farming to do. We got some titanium farming to do. Continue pushing out these plastinium ingots. But we're going to end it here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, happy 4th of July. Hope you're all doing amazing. Hope you guys all have an amazing 4th of July. We're going to not be going live for a couple of days. We got the kid's birthday this weekend and some family coming out. So the next couple of days, we're going to be prepping for that leading into the kid's birthday and whatnot. Probably not back live until Monday night, potentially even Tuesday night with the Coriolis storm. So it's going to be a bit of a delay here, but we may be rocking into our Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule, if you will, in this next coming week. It just kind of depends on how we're feeling. We may be back Monday to try and knock out some live raids. Keep an eye out on the YouTube channel, by the way. If we manage to come across a raid and it's good enough, you know it's going to get posted on there, and or any sort of like news or anything. But we're going to end the stream here. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Psych, Patrick, Star, Joaquim. Where are we at? Who's top? Who's number one today? Gamer. It's not showing me the full name. Why is it not showing me the full name? Let's go look at the chat here. Oh, whoa. Kurt Anthony coming in at number 2. Can you believe it? Number 1's surely got to be here somewhere. That or number 2's getting close. There it is. Gamer49. I should have known. I couldn't think of the numbers that came after your name. And then we got number 3. OMC. You guys are legends. We appreciate everybody, even everybody else stopping by. George, Mischievous, IMDb, Happy Kill. You guys are incredible. The support for the streams has been insane. Gaz was here for a minute. We appreciate you guys. We're going to be going live again, like I said, next week. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.